Morena koutou. Looks like we're pretty much all here. I think we've just about got everyone on. You should do. Let me just look at the list to make sure you're all here. Looks like we're good to go, so I think we'll get started. So welcome. We're having a session this morning just to work through background material on the Three Waters proposals and the information that's come to Nelson City Council. We've got a bit of a program set out for the day, so you should have been sent a workshop program and quite a lot of information to read through, so hopefully you've had a chance to do that. We are recording today's sessions because we think we're going to have some useful, hopefully some useful feedback. We've got some Jason Crook joining us from Local Government New Zealand, and Dan Bonifant from Morrison Low, who's reviewed our material. The program today is going to run through on a fairly, we've got time-bound slot. So Jason's with 4 different councils today, so we've got a time booked with him, and Dan may also have other commitments. So the program is going to start with Nikki Harrison, and Nikki's going to run through through her section, and then we're going to hand, I think, across to Dan, and I think we're going to hand across to Jason after that, who'll be joining us. So I think that's the program as I understand it. And Nikki, if I haven't got that right, you'll tell me when I hand across to you, but I think we're good to go. So we'll get started, and what we're going to do is not use the chat box today. So if you've got the same thing, but like if we're a meeting, we'll use all the substantive stuff around the discussion. If you can put that into you just raise your hand the normal way, and we'll do it that way. It's first names because we're in a workshop process, so everyone's on first name terms. And we've got some staff who are joining today, so I can see quite a few names here on my screen, so it's good to have you here. And I think all the elected members are there, and I'll just take any questions. I've got one from Rachel. Just unmute Rachel, if you could.
Thanks, sorry. Kia ora koutou, thanks very much. So I see the meeting's being recorded, and I gather that this would normally be a public workshop. So I'm just wondering if the recording will be made available to the public afterwards.
Yeah, that's our intention, because we think it's going to be quite useful, but just in the sense of the feedback that I talked about at the meeting the other day, the council meeting, one of the bits of feedback we've had from local government members is that the webinars and the recordings are too long. So we want to just take out all this stuff at the beginning and all the stuff we're doing now, and just really get to the point where we can go, okay, here is, and some making sure we go, okay, this is the Nikki presenting on the financials. This is here is Dan, but we'll pretty much put it all together. I just want to see if they can make it a little bit more effective as a communication tool. And we might
just to clarify, Rachel, you're saying yes, it is going to be available to the public, but it's going to be edited. So because like elected members might have some questions that
they're all there, and the
community might want to
get a nice intro to it, so you know what it's about. So if somebody comes on and they're wanting to find out information, there'll be something at the start says today is a workshop in relation and these are the times for the presentations, so you've got all that stuff, so it's easy for people to navigate. But yes, absolutely, the intention is for it to be public.
So elected members' questions aren't going to be edited out of the recording?
would absolutely, don't know how that could have been construed, but no, absolutely not. The elected members' questions are really important because they're often the same questions the public are asking. So it's
right.
Just tidied up.
Thanks for confirming that, much appreciated.
Public facing. So we're going to really try and keep to the times. Nikki, you're first up, so I'll hand across to you. Cheers.
Good morning, welcome. Can everyone hear me? Great. Now I'm just going to share my screen. So hang on. So hopefully that's come up for everybody. So what I first wanted to talk about was really bringing us back to our long-term plan and the asset values that we have had sitting in our long-term plan that would potentially shift with this change. What we've done is we've looked at our annual report that we're currently compiling, which has got a value of 616 million. And I'm sorry, these aren't rounded. That could have been quite helpful, but we're trying to do that this morning. And then it just shows you through the period of the long-term plan how those values change to the column C's, the transfer date, which would be the value of the assets at that point in time, and then just at the end of the long-term plan. So these are the values that we've got in the long-term plan at the moment. They reflect all our additions and our ongoing investment in the three water assets. And obviously, they do reflect a reasonably standard revaluation. I think if you remember back to our long-term plan, we use a LGCI, which is local government cost index for our revaluations. And as you'll be aware, with just where the pricing's going at the moment, that's probably reasonably conservative in terms of the value of the assets. So that sort of gives you a bit of a snapshot of the assets. And then what we've done also is, and sorry, I've scrolled this into a separate screen, is really just have a look at our debt to equity ratios that were in the long-term plan, which is the without transfer rows. So as you can see, our asset values, we were projecting our debt to revenue ratio was increasing over the long-term plan. I think if you remember, it peaked at about 157 in year 8, I think, and then came back down in year 10. And then what we've done is we've split out the three waters portion of the debt to equity ratio, and then done a section which is really looking at what our debt to revenue ratio would be post transfer. So as you can kind of see in this section here, you can see that the debt to revenue ratio for the three waters is actually increasing quite substantially during our long-term plan. And so it's more heavily indebted than the rest of our council assets. So you can sort of see that makes up quite a portion of our debt. So it would end up being a 269% debt to revenue ratio in year 10. And then obviously I've just tried to graph it to sort of show you that actually original debt to revenue ratio that we were projecting is the blue line, and then it comes down under the scenario without water, the three waters. So you can sort of see the gap at year 10 is a bit further because of the investment. And that's really all I wanted to present today, to give a bit of context around our numbers.
Nikki, are you just able to move your screen so that we can see that graph again? Sorry, it's just gone. Yep, thanks.
Yeah. The Mayor, would you like me to stop sharing my screen?
Nikki, I think if you could, if that helps for a moment, is that the last slide?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, so did everyone have enough time just on that last one to follow that one? So that one basically is what we're looking at is that's the visual interpretation of the numbers that the previous slide showed us.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do the stop sharing and then we'll go to questions. So that's brilliant. Thank you. All right, so we've got questions. I've got Mel and then Gail and then Matt.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. No, I didn't get enough time to take a note of those figures. I would have liked to have those before this workshop today, but that hasn't happened. But so, Nikki, how can you get those to me today? Is that a problem?
I think what we'll do, Nikki, what we'll do is be able to, I think you were working on them still on this morning. So if we get just to verify those through. So what we'll do is any of the material that's presented today, we'll get that emailed out. So in terms of the live presentation, so we'll make sure we're there. But it was quite quick, Nikki, so I've written them down.
Okay.
So it might be worth just going back for a moment because I think it's worth having that for the rest of the discussion. It's quite important. Or whether you can email it. Actually, would anyone be able to look at the emails while you're doing your Zoom? Just so you've got it as a reference point. What's easiest? So you want to just put the slide up again, Mel, and write them down?
Well, if others feel the same way, I don't want to hold the meeting up, but I just felt it.
Yeah, that's good. No, I've written them down, so yeah, I think it's worth. So if you want,
I've written a third of them down. So yeah, there you go. Could you just take this slowly through them, Nikki?
Yeah. I will.
That'd be lovely. Thank you.
Thanks, Mel.
So I'll go back up to the assets, and that is the asset valuation portion.
Okay, so that's basically, we're starting now with about 600, I'm going to forget the other numbers, but 616 million now, rising to transfer date if the reform went ahead to 712 million, and then at year 10 we're at 936. And I think you said you consider them conservative, so I'm presuming by conservative you mean probably under what they will actually be given the price of infrastructure. Is that right? Or is just conservative mean you've got plenty of
No, conservative means I think the revaluations that we have within our long-term plan, they were at kind of 2 or 3% inflation, and realistically we know that's not happening for infrastructure costs. So I think they're relatively low.
Okay.
And just to note that this includes our 50% share of the regional surge business unit numbers as well. So this is our parent numbers.
Okay, and the next one?
And then moving down to our debt to revenue ratios. So in the top one is what we've got in the long-term plan for those 3 data points. So we had 70%, and sorry, this is actual as in the annual report, 132 and 145 at the end of year 10.
So can you scroll it up a bit, Nikki? Can you scroll it up a bit, Nikki?
Oh, yeah,
thanks.
So those are the 3 data points that we're looking at, and then we've looked at just the 3 waters portion. So that's 151, 222 and 269%. So as you can see, the 3 waters activities are more indebted than the council as a whole. And then we've done the debt to revenue ratio without 3 waters, if it happened, as in if we're just basically stripping it right out of the numbers now, and those numbers are 41, 101 and 100. And to be, that's sort of how the numbers move.
And those numbers shouldn't be a surprise. I mean, the current debt and the forecasts simply reflects the amount of money and effort that this council has put into 3 waters infrastructure and is continuing to do so. But as Nikki says, it just shows that it is the most indebted part of our operation.
Okay, thanks. And then the last one, I think, was just a graphic demonstration of those numbers
Yeah, through the chair there.
of the debt to revenue ratio. Okay, Mel, do you have any other questions?
Oh, thank you. In relation to this, yes, Nikki, would it be helpful, I think it would be helpful anyway, if we had a present day value of these assets? What's your view on that?
These
A
are the
valuation, I mean, you know, a proper.
Oh, these are the valuations.
Proper.
So the first column is at the 30th of June. So those are our actual sort of going into our annual report.
So they're updated how often?
They're updated at the 30th of June 2021 for our annual report that we're currently working on.
With a valuation?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nikki, when were they last revalued? It was a year ago, were they not?
Question. Yeah.
They're indexed each year on an off year. So they are they've been indexed this year and peer reviewed.
Okay, so
Thank
Mel,
you.
you remember we had a full revaluation to come into the long-term plan, and that's what caused us the great big 3% rates rise before we even got started. So what Nikki's saying is that looking at the construction prices that we're seeing and the way we're operating at the moment, she's expecting that those, because of what we'll be paying for those assets, if we're delivering those, that the total value of them will be higher by year 10 of the LTP.
And by year 3, I suspect.
And by year 3, yeah.
Definitely.
Okay.
Good.
All right.
Thanks for that. And you'll send that through to us, Nikki, though, won't you?
Yeah.
Thank you. That'd be great.
Okay, Gail's next up.
Thank you. A couple of things. So the first one is a comment just backed on from what you were saying about the increase in costs. And since the LTP, we've now got an agenda for tomorrow, Thursday, with huge increases in our infrastructure projects. So given that information, that would then push all of this further up as well, will it not? The values.
So through the chair, yes, I mean, I think that's what we're alluding to, is the fact that the costs have been impacted by COVID, and it's really around, will that normalise or not, or is that a short-term blip? And I think that's one of the questions that we need to work through.
So have we got some assumptions somewhere underlying all this information? The assumption that for that example is that at the moment there might be a short-term or a long-term impact on construction costs increasing, and therefore it's made on the assumption that we haven't included that at this point, have we?
No, I mean, as I said, this is the long-term plan numbers that we did, and the LGCI impacts that we were talking about during the long-term plan were relatively low percentages. They were kind of in the 2 to 3s, and so % per annum. And I suspect that so that does not take into account that COVID impact.
Right. So what I'm saying, I guess, is if we release this information, or that we state that it was prior to known increases that have come since, and we don't know how long, whether that's a long-term thing or a short-term thing. So but it is, however, an assumption on the day. Is that fair?
Yep.
Yeah. The second question I've got, Nikki, is regarding the debt to equity ratio, and I was looking at the Three Waters portions of borrowings, which are nearly 81.5 million at the end of the time, I think, and 48 now. I haven't got it in front of me. I've got some notes here. So that's sort of around 33 million increase over the LTP, I think. So can we have a breakdown of the Three Waters and what that 33 million is made up of in each sector of that against our long-term plan discussions? Because obviously we've signed out the long-term plan, putting that work in, and it would be good to see where it belongs just on those 3 main topics. Is that possible?
Yes, we can split that out, and I mean it's actually increasing 30. So it's increasing from 48 million to 145 million over the
Over the
long-term
whole
plan.
period.
Yeah, but and the increase you're talking about is just through to transfer date. But we
It
can,
is. Yeah.
so we can split that debt and the revenue.
Against
by-
our long-term plan decisions is really what I want, because we decided we were going to do this much work, this is what it's going to cost, and I just want to see the breakdown of that in those 3 years. Is really, I don't think it's very feasible going beyond that, because you'd have to make a lot more assumptions. So we've only made assumptions really for 3 years, haven't we? We can't realistically look further than that, I don't think. So I'm happy with just the 3 years.
Okay, Nikki, but in the interest of time, I'm going to keep going because I know I've got to get Dan on at 9:30 to get everybody.
That was all I had, thank
So
you.
you can come and sort that one offline if you need to. Matt's next up.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just want to talk about the definition of the word value. If I think about how much my car is worth, what its value is, I think about what I could sell it for. But we can't go out and sell all this stuff. There's not like a lineup of people wanting to buy it. So what do we mean exactly when we say value? Pat's smiling. I want to hear what Pat's thinking.
Well, Nikki, what's the?
Oh, sorry. So what we're
Asset
showing
value.
here is the depreciated asset value in our annual reports or a long-term plan. It's the accounting definition. It's not a necessarily a replacement cost, and it's not what they're insured for either. They're insured for a higher amount than that if you had to rebuild it all in one day.
Okay.
So in lay person's terms, the numbers represent what exactly?
The depreciated asset values.
It's
Okay.
reported in our annual report.
So let's pretend we don't know what depreciated means. Can you break it down?
You're on mute, Nikki.
So it's I'll send you a definition, but it is the asset values depreciated. So it's you revalue your assets every year, and then it's the accumulated depreciation against it. So it's effectively trying to account for the fact that those are not completely all new assets at that point in time.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that's
So
really important.
some of the pipes are 50 years old and have been in the ground for a long time, that sort of thing.
It's replacement value, is it not, Nikki? Based on depreciated replacement value.
Yes, depreciated replacement value.
Okay. I think it's really important in any communication we do that we clearly explain what it is we're talking about, because sometimes it sounds like we're talking about, oh, I've got this thing, and if we sold it, this would be what it was worth. But selling a pipe that's in the ground somewhere up the brook, not easy.
No, not one that's 50 years old. It's a bit of a liability, really. I'll go to Rachel.
Thanks very much. So just looking at the slides that were covering the, I guess the value and the costs. So the portion of the borrowings in 10 years' time is going to be about 145 million. So that is a kind of like we're not borrowing 145 million every year. That's an amount that we'll have borrowed and will be repaying interest on. Is that correct?
Yes,
whereas
the balance of the debt within that activity.
Whereas the revenue is revenue every year, so $53 million of revenue every year. Is that right?
Yes.
So essentially 3 years worth of revenue would pay off the debt of 145 45. So if we've got revenue of 53 million and borrowings of 145 million, then effectively 3 years of revenue pays off. Just, you know, just to kind of understand the numbers that we're looking at here. And then on the other side, looking at the value of the Three Waters assets, the depreciated replacement value in 10 years' time, it's 936 million, so almost $1 billion. That's right?
Yes, but the revenue that you receive each year is not used to pay off debt, it's used to actually run those activities. So
Okay, yep, that's
yeah, but I mean, simplistically, very simplistically, yes, but we only raise enough revenue to pay for the costs of running that activity and the depreciation. So there is nothing kind of left over.
okay. And so do those, the revenue that we earn, does that also pay the interest on the borrowings?
Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't really, it's not getting ahead then, it's getting behind. We're obviously not charging enough to stay ahead of the costs, really, are we? If they're increasing 100 million over 10 years.
I'm not quite sure what you mean there, but we also fund depreciation, and that's where you effectively put that money aside for future renewals.
And are we putting that money aside? Where is that money going?
It effectively it goes into a depreciation reserve, but we don't actually hold it as cash. We offset it against the debt.
Okay.
Okay, so we're basically paying down debt with the depreciation.
Yes, but we then redraw it when we have renewals.
Okay, thanks. No further questions at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Brian and to Tim, just for, we'll see if we get to Tim for really quick questions, because I want to cross to Dan. Hopefully has arrived. I can't see you there at the moment, Dan, but you might be under some name I can't identify.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. I had two questions. I think you probably answered the question about the funded depreciation. I'm just wondering how that might be featuring the calculations. But we've got a 30-year infrastructure strategy. Did you do any numbers or projections looking out beyond the 10 years to out to 30 years? Because a lot of the comparisons we're getting from Morrison Low and the WICS model talk about the 30-year window.
We haven't done that yet, but we can. Obviously, yeah, we can run these numbers out to 30 years as well.
Okay, thanks.
Well, just for the infrastructure portion, just to be clear, because we don't run the full council picture out to 30 years.
No, it's just, I think it probably puts us in a position where we're actually sort of comparing apples with apples. If making sort of a long-term decision, it might be useful to have that sort of data at hand.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, Nikki, have a look at that. All right, cross to Tim, and then Dan is with us, so we'll take Tim's question and we'll go across to Dan.
Just quickly, I see like the debt or borrowings for our infrastructure has grown a lot. What's that due to? Is that due to just growing in costs of maintenance, or is it because of growth where we're having to create more pipes to more houses, more industry? What's the debt has grown, seems to be substantial over 10 years, or what we're projecting. What's causing that? Don't we normally have that under control?
It's absolutely not maintenance. This is investments that we discussed during the long-term plan for those, for the infrastructure. There was substantial infrastructure investment across the city. But I think if I can, going back to one of the earlier questions, if I can give a bit more of a breakdown of the large numbers within the debt within those activities, I think that should give councillors a bit more information.
So it's just with increasing growth, we're having to invest in more and more. Are we just upgrading? I would have thought our depreciation that we've charged out for over time would have covered those infrastructure costs going ahead.
Unfortunately not. So
what am I missing?
I'll go to quickly to Pat, and then I think Dan probably may cover some of this just in terms of what the country's facing, what we're facing.
So we're facing extra costs because we have to renew our assets. And yes, what we do is we've charged depreciation, but we use that to pay off debt, which gives us the headroom to reborrow that money when we need it. There's no point just putting it in the bank and earning a lower interest rate than we would have that we're paying on our debt. So we pay down debt and then we borrow again when we need it. So we're starting to get to the point where Stoke infrastructure is starting to get to renewal dates, and that's going to start biting fairly soon as we start renewing water and wastewater pipes in Stoke. The Attawai Rising Main needs replacing. We're spending a lot of money putting in stormwater in places that haven't got it. The work in Little Ghost Stream and down Rutherford Street, for example. There's more and more work on meeting standards. We're starting to put the Centennial Park pump station. We're putting in stormwater treatment. We're budgeting for the renewal of the Nelson North treatment plant. Those are some of the things I can think of off the top of my head.
So would future depreciation of those new installations cover a lot of that going forward? I just can't see how we've suddenly gone from, it seems like a huge increase over our future LTP compared to the past. But wouldn't they just be covered in future depreciation? Or if we're putting depreciation into paying off borrowings, then our current and future borrowings will be paid off by future depreciation to some extent.
We weren't saying this was unmanageable. We were just simply showing where the debt to revenue ratios were with and without Three Waters. I mean, this was one of the big discussions we had through the long-term plan was the scale of our capital works, and was it affordable, and was it deliverable? And we trimmed it back because of that. And then we also talked about where our total debt was going to be. And you recall that's when we decided to go for rate increases of all over 5%, was to get enough rates to get our overall debt to revenue ratio down and keep underneath our debt cap. So we had these discussions as a total organisation. All you're seeing is what it would look like if we didn't have the Three Waters in the mix.
So these numbers are manageable then?
Yes. This is the long-term plan you signed off on just
so we shouldn't be.
A couple of months ago. So yes, it's absolutely manageable and we're comfortable with it. We're just showing you the with and without. That's what people wanted to know.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's Dan's here. It's manageable, but you'll remember what it meant is that we had to strike 5% rate rises all the way through, and that left us with what Nikki's saying to us is based on the numbers she's got and some of the numbers that are coming through, and you'll see some of them already in the infrastructure committee meeting. The numbers we've put in the activity management plans are probably conservative, meaning they're probably going to be under what those tender documents will come in sort of seeking money for. So it's doable, but you're going to expect to see a number of unbudgeted requests coming through to meet that, is what we're expecting at this point. And I'm starting to see those already coming through the infrastructure committee. I'm going to cross to Dan now because Dan's here with us and he's got an hour, or a bit under an hour now. And welcome, Dan. Thanks for joining us today. I'll hand over to you and let you introduce yourself just so the elected members know who you are and the work that you've been doing.
Certainly. Thank you, Rachel and Pat, and thanks for having me along to the workshop today. Just before I do the introduction, should I share this slide deck so that people can follow through, or has everyone got a copy of that? You're on mute, Rachel.
Okay. I think it'll be useful to do share screen if you're going to talk through the slide deck, Dan.
Right. Okay. Let's do that. So while I try and do this, I'll try and multitask. So I'm Dan Bonifant from Morrison Low. My company and I have been working on Three Waters now for probably 2.5 years. We've done projects with the Hawke's Bay. We did a sort of 12-18 month business case process with them. We did a project with all of Otago and Southland looking at potential options for Three Waters and how they would address the future challenges. We've also done projects all around the country. I have not undertaken the WICS modelling. My job here today is to try and explain it to you. to explain the assumptions that are used to calculate the figures that come through in the dashboard. I understand how they've been put together. It is not the way my company would have done the modelling, but as a kind of a headline figure, we have done modelling similar to this for Otago and Southland and Hawke's Bay, and they both point to the same direction. Our approach is completely different to WICS, but they both all say the future cost for Three Waters for all councils is going to go up, and that the most effective way to spread the cost of that is through some form of aggregation to share the costs. So what I want to focus on today for you guys is these headline household cost numbers. So I don't want to teach any of you how to suck egg, but I'm actually going to go kind of quite slowly through each part of it so that you can really understand the basic fundamentals of how this comes together. So right at the very start, the household cost is the average household cost per annum. So they're saying in Nelson at the moment, that's $1,050. It is not the cost that any individual house in Nelson is paying. So like when you calculate the average rate as part of your LTP and use that for communication purposes, it's really just to provide a comparison between what they say the current is and what the future is. So they've provided two numbers, and these are the headline numbers that are being used around the country. So for Nelson, they're saying that if you continue to provide Three Waters services out into the future under a new regime where there is enforcement of standards, there is a requirement to comply with standards, and Te Mata Arawai exists, an economic regulator exists, then your ratepayers' average household cost would be $2,330. The alternative situation they've proposed is that under an aggregation of water services, where you join in an entity referred to as NCC, which is the sort of east coast of the North Island, flowing down through Wellington across and including yourselves and most of yourselves in Tasman and Marlborough, that the cost for households under that would be $1,260. Now, Nelson's quite different to most of the other councils that I'm having these workshops with. Typically, there is an enormous difference between that number on the right, the council number, and the entity number. You know, in many cases, it's $8,000. So your situation is quite different, but those are the kind of key headline figures that are being used by the government. So those figures are made up of four key aspects, and I'll go through each of these aspects and I'll stop as we go through and have time for questions. But the most overwhelming driver of that future household cost is the projection for how much needs to be invested into your networks. So that's the investment figure. And that takes into account how much needs to be spent on renewal, how much needs to be spent on upgrades, level of service enhancement, and also provision of growth. That provides a total investment figure for Nelson that is then required to be raised from your community. The use of debt is also an influencing factor on the household cost, and I'll cover that off. And then there are some standard assumptions around the proportion of income coming from households as opposed to businesses or other sources, and also how many customers are ultimately charged for the service. So each one of those key assumptions comes together to drive that overall household cost figure. And in each council situation, different assumptions are key drivers of those future costs. And I'll tell you which are the material ones for you guys. So first two assumptions I'm going to deal with are two standard assumptions that are used across New Zealand at a standard rate for every council, regardless of where you are or the nature of your council. And that is that 70% of the total revenue requirement comes from households. And that the number of connections, that's the number of customers or ratepayers who pay for the service, is the average of your summer and winter population divided by 2.7. So in some councils, there's quite a significant difference in those amounts as there is to the actual numbers that are in your RFIs. In Nelson's case, the numbers are not too far off. Those standard assumptions are reasonably close to your actual situation. the number of connections is actually very close. The proportion of income is actually higher in Nelson. It's 76% of the income comes from households. So those assumptions are reasonably close. And my advice to you here is that these are not the material assumptions, that if you're into modeling and understanding modeling, these are not the ones that you should focus in on, because they don't have a big determination of the ultimate household cost for Nelson residents. I'm going to pause there. And Rachel, I'm happy to take questions via chat or directly to me. Up to you.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Dan. We're going to do them directly. So I might just get you to stop sharing for a moment so I can see the full screen, if that's okay. And then we'll
stop sharing. Yep.
Okay, that's all good. All right, so any questions for Dan? Tim, your hand's up. I'm not sure if that's from last time or this time.
That's from last.
Okay, I just need to lower your hand. Any questions for Dan? Go to Gail and then Mel.
Sorry, I can't find my raise hand thing. It's all disappeared. Everything's moved. Do have a couple of questions. Yeah, it's interesting because first question is, why is our figure, when you're looking at other councils, why is ours so different?
I think there's a few factors at play, but the biggest one is the investment figure. So the total investment calculated by WICS for Nelson is not as far away from what council is projecting as it is in many other cases. And that's driven, I think, by your geography. So you and Napier are probably the two where the investment projections are reasonably similar between a council and an entity. And if you think about your two council areas, they're relatively contained geographic areas with a reasonably dense population. And the drivers of the investment calculation are geography, land area, population, and population density. So the councils that are screaming blue murder are generally the large rural areas with a small population. You know, I'm on a Zoom this afternoon with Mackenzie. The investment forecast that WICS are projecting for Mackenzie is 8 times what council has. Council has got $10 million in the next 10 years, and WICS are saying 80 million. So for them, it's difficult to comprehend what that investment covers. So I think it's that's the key driver.
So is some of that driven from the fact that our figures that were provided were quite reliable, or, you know, really good quality figures?
There's certainly an element of that, but the investment figure for WICS has got nothing to do with your existing network. It's not based on your infrastructure. It's not based on your pipes. It's not based on your treatment plants. It's not based on the projects you have in your long-term plan or your current asset condition. It is a completely different way to calculate the future cost. It's based on models developed from the UK that says for a given population area with a geographic size of this and a number of connections over 30 years, you need to spend X.
Okay, so does that mean that we need to do a little bit of more work on that and maybe lobby for a better deal, or what are you trying to tell us?
What I'd like you to come away from this session is understanding how it's been calculated. You don't have to accept it as 100% right, but you understand how it's calculated, and therefore you can put it in the compartment of, okay, I understand the modelling. There's that part of why reform may be a good idea or not, but then there's all these other bits that you need to concentrate on. And I'd like you to, if I'm honest, be able to move past some of these assumptions, having discussed them, understood what they are, seen them for, it's 30-year modelling, there is inherent uncertainty into it. The key takeaway from the WICS modelling and from the work we've done is the future direction. I mean, we're talking 30 years away here. There's no way that anyone in your house in Nelson is going to be paying $2,300. There's no way anyone can know that.
Oh, exactly. And that's in today's figures, isn't it?
That is today's figures, yes. So
yeah,
cost.
I want to clarify that as well. Okay, my last question is a really another comment you made that 70% of the funds generally comes from households, but ours is 76%. Can you answer that? And also on the side of that is I'm thinking of the commercial users, because our commercial users use a lot of water. So maybe I don't know whether you want to wrap those up in one or take them as two different questions.
So it is a standard assumption in every council model and every entity model that WICS use that 70% of the total requirement. So they calculate how much money needs to be raised each year within the model. 70% of that comes from households. So that's just the standard assumption. That your RFI says that 76% of the income in Nelson comes from households. I don't know anything more about where the other 24% is made up of, but that's how your cost breakdown is.
Okay, we'll come back to that later.
That's a question for us to deal with later, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll pass that one to Pat. So in the interest of time, I'll keep on going. Okay,
fine.
But we'll come back to that later on. Okay, Mel, Brian, Rohan, Judine.
I just want to say, Dan, I'm getting to warming to you every time you speak because you've answered the questions, the three that I had, the two. But then you said, getting a 30-year projection right or near right is nigh impossible. And I'm thinking, prior, I had my notes here, the Reserve Bank can't even get it right for 1 year. So how on earth can we, mere mortals, project out to 30 years? So that's what I found quite astonishing with all these calculations, that we should not be wedded to them at all, because they are just assumptions, aren't they?
Yeah, they are all assumption based, and you need to understand the assumptions and take a view as to whether they present a reasonable projection of the future. And then I think it's really important to test those assumptions and see what happens if we change some of those. What does it do to the overall outcome? Trying to find the exact answer to something is always problematic, but if you're looking for trends, and directions, then I think that's the most that we can take out of these models.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Are you going to talk about trends and directions a bit later on?
I'm not sure, Rachel. If I don't, bring me back to it.
All right. Okay. Cool. Brian.
You're on mute, Brian.
The 2.7, is that, I'm making the assumption there, that's the number of people per household?
Yes, it is. That's the New Zealand average. Yep.
I was just looking at our census data. We're around about 2.4, 2.3. Does that make a difference? Will that make a difference?
Not really. I'm just looking at the data here, and your WICS assumed that you had 1,941 connections. So effectively 1,941, sorry, that must be 19,000. I must be missing a number there. Connections. So that's how many, in their model, how many units pay for the service. You disclosed an average of 19,617 for water and 20,801 for wastewater. So it's very little, it's around the margins. And later on, I present a slide with the sensitivity analysis, and it shows you the effect of changing the assumption to the actual number of households, and then progresses through, and you can see it makes very little difference.
Okay, then thanks. I'll leave it at that.
Rohan.
Yeah, I guess just following on from quite a few of the questions, is obviously there's a whole lot of standard assumptions within the sort of final numbers. Is there a standard sort of expected margin of error?
I think that the margin for error is really at the New Zealand headline level. We've all heard the government come out and say the future cost for New Zealand is between 120 billion and 185. If you add up every individual council investment figure in all of the models, you get to $151 million. So it's plus or minus 20% effectively is what's been put out there by the government from the WICS modelling.
Okay, thank you. Judine.
Yeah, just coming back to the investment assumption, and just, the comment in your report was, of course, it was the WICS assumption was 100 million higher than Nelson's own estimates, but that would be because, or would it be because, so when we set our investment as such through the LTP, we do things like go, oh, that's too much in a year. Oh, the debt's getting too high. Oh, our ratios are getting too close. So we push things out or try and reduce them, etc., etc. Whereas the model is like a pure model where basically rates and other things are never taken into account. So I guess that's the first part of my question. And then the second part is, do we know what our, if we didn't take into account any timing, if we just said, right, if we actually had to replace everything we think needs to be replaced, maintain it all to the set standards, etc., didn't care about rates, what would that figure be? And would that be closer to the WICS model? Has that been looked at?
The answer to your first one, I might just park that because I'm just about to do the investment stuff and go through it. But I think you're right. There is an element of you have priorities to balance, not just through waters. You've got libraries, you've got buildings, you've got community services, you've got everything to deal with. This is, as you say, it's an econometric model. There is no heart and soul in this. This is dollars have to be spent. They are spent. What does it cost? People pay. That's how it works. But I'll go through that in a bit more detail. Your question around what if you did everything? The difference for you guys is not so much in the level of service and upgrade and enhancement. You're not far off there. It's actually in the renewal stuff where your big differences arise. But I'll go through that in a second.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Look, last question for Matt, and then we'll get on to the slides again.
Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Dan. So as I understand it, a lot of people are looking at the government's numbers and they're suggesting that they're too high. You've said it's really hard to forecast, but is there anything to suggest that actually the costs will be meaningfully lower than predicted?
Oh, I think you'd be a brave person to project Three Water costs lower than much lower. In the time that I've been working on Three Waters, I've seen a doubling of capital programs from 2018 to 2021, almost universally across the country. And I haven't seen yours, but I say that with a reasonable degree of confidence because I've seen it everywhere. And we seem to be evolving our understanding of what it's going to cost to bring our infrastructure to the standard our communities and our standards will now require. We can all see it's not far away till it's unacceptable to discharge wastewater into freshwater and into marine environments. That's changing. 10 years ago, I didn't do Three Waters, but I assume that was just thought that was fine. Our water, the headline is about drinking water, but the costs of this change are not in drinking water. They are all in wastewater, and they will then be in stormwater. And stormwater is not really understood to the same extent that wastewater is. So whether they are going to be at the scale WICS are saying, I don't know. We have all built up our LTPs traditionally from the basis of, here's what we know. This is what we need to spend to keep our existing infrastructure ticking over, our renewal spend. There are then projects we know we need to do to upgrade the existing infrastructure. There is then growth projects. WICS have effectively said, you only know what you know, New Zealand. Our experience from the UK and around the world is that actually it looks like this when you do that. So they've come out a completely different way. And the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, if I'm honest. But I certainly don't believe the costs of water are going to come down. I can only see them going up.
Thanks very much.
Right, let's go on to the next slides, Dan. So I'll get you to share screen again.
I'll share again. This is that one. Share screen. Right. Okay, can everyone see that one? Yep. Okay. So this is the dominant driver of household cost in most council areas, and it certainly is the case for Napier. So in the middle, growth, that's nice and easy to deal with. The future costs of growth do come from your RFI. They are the assumptions and the forecasts you've used in your RFI. And if you didn't forecast growth over 30 years, they've just continued the same trend that you have over the 10 years for 30 years. So that comes out of your RFI. Over on the right is the enhancement and level of service investment. So this is the upgrade stuff. This is to take our water systems and our wastewater and our stormwater up to the standards that we're going to need over the next 30 years. And as I think I said earlier, it is not based on your assets. They have not assessed the condition of your assets. They have not looked at any condition data. They have not looked at the length of your network or the age of your network or where your treatment plants are or when they were last upgraded or when your resource consents come up for expiry. It is based on a land area, population, and population density. And their models say that given those three factors, over 30 years, you need to spend X. And it's the same approach they've used all over the country. They then divide that by 30, and that's how much your council needs to spend every year to meet that investment requirement. So what you can see there is that your 10-year projection in the RFI is $220 million, and WICS have got it at $200 million. So actually, they're projecting less than you guys are. So that assumption, which in many councils has a different outcome, for you is not the material one. Your material one's over here on the left, the renewals. And earlier I heard a bit of a conversation about depreciation, and you've been raising depreciation and why isn't that enough money? Your answer is probably over here on the left. WICS have modelled your depreciation as being significantly less than what it needs to be in the future. It's more than double. And what happens is they use shorter asset lives, higher asset values, which ratchets up the depreciation. All of depreciation gets spent on effectively funds the renewals. So in the 10 years, and you can compare with the RFI, you've got $100 million for Nelson's RFI and 250 for Napier, for the WICS modelling. And because you've got higher asset values, and because you've got this investment program happening over 30 years, that renewal requirement and the depreciation cost just compounds. So the 30-year depreciation cost is $900 million because it escalates, it grows, and it grows over time. So they're effectively saying we have too long asset lives and we are undervaluing our assets. So you need to depreciate at a higher rate to raise enough money to renew them. So that's the biggest driver of your household cost, that one there, the renewal element. And in most councils, if I'm honest, it's both the renewal and the level of service that drive these big costs. So your councils where you see the $8,000 number, it's happening at both ends of that scale. So this is the one you guys really should have in your heads. So I'm going to pause again and do a kind of a round table again. Rachel will ask for questions, so I can stop.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Any questions for Dan on that one? That one was, and look, if the officers on the screen have got questions as well, just fire away. I'm quite happy with that. So, Tim.
Thank you, Dan. So you've clearly put why some of the assumptions may be different to ours or Public's or WICS. You say WICS are basing it on, just the last comments, WICS are basing their costs on shorter asset lives, shorter renewal times, and they don't know what our condition are of our assets and consents, etc. Why are they using shorter asset life, etc.? I mean, obviously we try to sweep things out, and I'm sure everyone else does, but anyone would like to replace stuff more often, but in reality, you don't.
Yeah, it's the impact of the depreciation change. Their change in the rates of depreciation effectively shortens your asset lives. So it's rather than them saying they are shorter, that's kind of the output of the depreciation change. They had a view from their first pass through of the New Zealand data that we were under depreciating assets and undervaluing assets. And again, I've seen the trend across New Zealand of recent asset valuations, and those asset valuations that are coming through in the last 6 to 12 months are significantly higher than what they used to be. I think you've recently had an asset valuation yourself, which forced a significant cost increase. That is that's continuing to happen all across the country. And whether that's a factor of a catch up or just that costs are going up, so they are going to keep going up, I'm not sure, but that's a compounding issue.
Okay, you know, cheers. I'm still trying to get my head around it. I understand what you're saying, but head around that that threw us the valuation increase, and you're saying that WICS are depreciating quicker, which is setting off that shorter asset life. But why would you depreciate it quicker?
To raise some money to replace the assets before they fail. I mean, you only have to look. I live here in Wellington. Well, I don't actually live in Wellington City, so I don't have to see the sewage running down some of the streets there. But they have sweated the assets far, far too long and have not renewed them. And
that may well be different to Nelson and other places.
Yep, but as a trend, what they are saying, a trend across New Zealand, compared to the models they use from everywhere around in the world, the rate at which they're depreciating is fast.
So thank you for that. So just for me, it's quite an assumption.
Yep, that's a big assumption. Yep.
Okay, any other questions? I think the main thing to take out of, I'll go to Trudy and say, the main thing to take out of, there are two things out of this one for Dan, is just that basically if your renewals, you're assuming a longer asset life than is considered to be prudent for asset management. That's essentially what we're saying through this, is it is across New Zealand saying, and the concept of sweating assets is not something that would be considered actually prudent asset management these days. There was a lot of sweating of assets, and I have to say, when I became mayor, I inherited some sweated assets and some that hadn't been attended to. So when we started 6 years ago, it's a 20-year run up to try and get actually, to where we need to in terms of asset management, and we're making good progress, which is why our plan is pretty heavy on Three Waters, and that's why there wasn't much of a difference on the in terms of the investment side, but the renewal side is working on some of those really old pipe networks and other things that we've got, and actually moving them through to what would be considered sort of best practice. So that side hits. But what Dan's also saying is the bit that I always have to keep remembering is, and then you replace them, and then you've got to start depreciating them, everything at their new asset value, which is so much more than what you had in the book previously. So it's a compounding situation for us. I'll go to Trudy.
Thanks. So just to get clear on what you're saying, because I was sort of going similar to where Tim went. Before you said that it could be, 20% either way with the figures, depending on how it goes because of uncertainty and stuff like that. So based on this, with the increase in the cost for depreciation to shorten the life to gain the revenue and using a complete, it's just about getting income, take the people factor out of it. So we're looking at how those figures that we've got could actually be inflated by 20%. Is that sort of where you're saying with that?
Yeah, I'm not an engineer or an accountant, so I perhaps don't explain things sometimes with the preciseness that I probably should. It's not so much about raising the revenue to off the people. It's to say that actually those assets need to be renewed faster than what you're currently doing. Therefore, the depreciation rate goes up. That forces a change in the amount of money you have to raise from the community. So it's not about raising the money. In the WICS modelling, it's about ensuring that assets are renewed at the rate they need to be to ensure the level of service stays where it should be.
Okay, so if the asset didn't need to be renewed based on the calculation of the WICS model, what happens then? So does that money, the investment that you've collected, does that then get transferred over onto a different asset, or does it sit there waiting for that asset that you've collected the depreciation on to go on to that one? Because I'm just seeing numbers going higher and higher and higher, and the user pay system is becoming quite unmanageable.
This model, the WICS model, is not based on any particular piece of infrastructure. It's just a total asset value. Therefore, your depreciation rate for a year is X. That money would then be spent on renewals somewhere within that set of infrastructure. And whether it's actually spent on a particular piece of infrastructure that year or it pays down debt, as Pat said, to create capacity to renew a big piece of infrastructure at the time it needs to be done, the model isn't as precise as that.
Okay, so if it's going into this entity and you've got other councils part of this entity, and Nelson region, as you've said, you know, it's pretty level, or they're working on this management or maintenance plan on the renewals and stuff like that maybe coming up. How does that work out then? Is that where the governance structure or the management structure or whoever it is determines that revenue and investment that's been collected will sort out the priorities of which area of that entity gets their asset redone, or is it all worked out near the start when the entity is set up?
There's a couple of really good questions in there, Trudy. The first, to answer that, the simple level from the modelling doesn't account for where and when. It just assumes that all of the money is raised can be spent on the infrastructure required. The decisions about where to invest and when, the real decisions, are assumed take place outside the model, and that is one of the kind of the key things that councils need to engage with and work out how that prioritisation is going to take place. How are you going to ensure in this proposed model that the investment in Nelson takes place when it needs to take place? How do you balance the priorities of Nelson with the priorities of Wellington, with the priorities of Eketahuna? You know, everybody has got this question about where they sit and how they get the levels of service. So my advice there is you just got to accept the modelling as a spreadsheet that calculates some numbers that would provide that revenue and the balance sheet and the capacity to do the work. And then over here is the difficult decisions about how that actually takes place.
Okay. So what I'll do is maybe when Jason's comes on, I've put that in a sort of a question for Jason actually when he comes on, Trudy, because that's probably one that he's best to come to. I've got Pat and then I've got Brian, and then Dan, have you got some more slides for us?
Yep, got a couple more, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Rachel. So one of the pieces of work that I've seen as a member of the steering committee is a report that WICS provided on how New Zealand costs per household could get down closer to those being achieved by the major water service entities in the UK. And that's one of their comments, is that we should be investing more capital to replace our assets earlier to increase levels of reliability and reduce maintenance and response costs. So I think that's part of the reason that the WICS model is different from what's happening in New Zealand. They've looked at what's working successfully in the UK and the EU and are applying that model to New Zealand.
Thanks, Pat. Brian.
Just a quick question. I'm just going back to the enhancement levels of service and the difference between our RFI and WICS. And I'm wondering the assumptions that WICS made. Is that on the current regulatory environment, or is it assumptions made that the regulatory and the regulatory environment will change, and that the community expectations of environmental outcomes are increasing significantly? You touched on it before, but I'm just wondering what assumptions that WICS made. Because
under both the council forecast and the entity forecast, they are assuming a completely different system, a system where standards have lifted and compliance with standards is required and community expectations have all lifted. Yeah, so it's kind of the forward looking at the new Three Waters system.
Okay. And that was with the current water services bill that, I think the two is the water services bill and the Te Mana O2Y requirement, whatever that might look like.
Yes, they've essentially based it on UK standards and UK expectations, but they're similar to where we're saying we need to get to. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So Brian, I think that's a good point, because it is based on that, but what it doesn't have at the moment is it doesn't have Te Mana o Te Wai cultural context for New Zealand. So that's one of the pieces that I think, you know, if I said what are the bits that really need to be teased out, but I think we could reasonably assume, given the freshwater directions of Te Mana o Te Wai essential freshwater, that the standards that are here today are not going to be already, you know, and Dan's talked about that, are not going to be reasonable assumptions for what the expectation will be for essential freshwater or freshwater standards.
Yeah. Just strikes me as very light.
Yeah, it does look like. I'll go to Kate.
Oh, thanks, Rachel. Look, thank you for your presentation. It was really interesting and very, very clear. So thanks for explaining things in very simple terms. I just wanted to pick up on, you commented on sort of discharge to sea or freshwater and sort of environmental protection into the future. Could you anticipate, because you're effectively distributing the wealth into more rural communities from denser populations, that you would see a higher level of environmental protection across the country? So across the board, we should have much higher environmental standards being seen as a result of this.
I think that is the expectation, that the standards for discharges from wastewater treatment plants will increase, and every water supplier will have to comply with those. Yes, I think that's reasonably baked into the modelling and the expectations. Yeah, but those are ultimately driven by political decisions and regulators.
Okay, but some of the perhaps smaller councils who haven't perhaps projected those into their 10-year plans because of the impact on rates, so that's why you'd be seeing those massive spikes in their councils, whereas perhaps us as a council, you didn't see that big financial difference because we have effectively put some of that funding into our future projections. Perhaps some of those smaller councils just can't afford to do it.
Yes, you're right. And there's also there's kind of a compounding effect within that as well. And, you know, there's a council in the North Island whose wastewater system currently discharges into a river, effectively into an estuary, actually. And the community have said you need to remove that. We don't want it there. We want it discharged to land. iwi have said that's where it needs to go. But the council, every time they look at it, say we can't afford this. So there is, over the next 10 years in their LTP, a series of piecemeal solutions to keep a resource consent ticking over until they eventually have to bite the bullet and pay for the full cost to do what needs to be done. And so over that period, they're going to waste $10 or $20 million, which for this council is a significant sum of money, until they finally make the right decision because they don't have the capacity to pay.
Yeah. So it just seems to me that environmental protection could be financially crippling for many of the smaller rural councils. And so there's effectively a distribution of wealth from higher density populations to ensure that there's an environmental protection throughout the country.
Yes, yeah, investment, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Dan. We'll go to the next slides.
Okay, let's go back to this. So I'm now going to turn to the other key drivers. Am I presenting? No, sorry, I missed a button. Here we go. The next key drivers are debt and the way it's treated differently within the two models, and also the efficiencies that are built in. So debt is actually a really key driver of household cost. Well, actually, sorry, let me start that in. It's a really key driver of the difference between household cost under the entity model and the council model. So if I deal with the council model first, the way that WICS have modelled the council only model, they use a 3 waters debt to 3 waters revenue ratio of 250%, and that's a ceiling. The council model must always have a debt to revenue ratio at 3 waters level less than 250%. So what that does in many cases is push the revenue requirement up in order to keep the ratio in balance, regardless of whether you actually need to be charging that amount of money each year. In lots of cases, it creates a surplus that is then used to repay debt, but it forces the cost up. Over in the entity model, there is no restriction on the debt to revenue ratio like that. So these entities become far more heavily indebted than the councils do. And they're able to become more indebted without having to raise household costs to keep a ratio in balance. So entity C has a debt to revenue ratio of 640%. So significantly bigger than the council debt to revenue ratio of 280% with the LGFA. Now, that level of debt has been through a process with Standards and Poor's, with the government taking through different models of water entities to the credit rating agencies until they could get to a model that credit rating agencies would approve to reach the level of debt they need to do the investment without incurring additional costs of borrowing compared to what councils have now. And I'm not sure if you've done this part of the Three Waters stuff yet, or maybe it's coming later this afternoon, but there's, in the great big government structure chart, there is a box in the middle between, you have the councils, you have the regional representative group, then you have the independent selection panel. And it is the independent selection panel box that allows these entities to be independent enough to reach borrowing levels of that size. And if you have Alan or someone else from DIA come to one of your workshops, he will tell you that the Crown is backing these entities. So any contingent liability from this level of debt will not fall back onto the councils. It will fall onto the Crown rather than councils. So there is actually a really different way debt is modelled in that creates a different household cost outcome. There is also efficiencies built into the entities. So these efficiencies are taken from WICS's observations of what has happened in the UK. So they have large data sets and they're able to demonstrate efficiencies from water entities. So they have modelled these in, and they are significant, there's no doubt. You know, they're saying that the entity you'll be part of, entity C, can achieve capital efficiencies of 50%, operating efficiencies of 60%. So that is quite a significant influencer of future household costs, but it is not the ultimate driver of the spreading of household costs. The most significant impact on keeping household costs contained is the aggregation to the large population groups. It's not the just efficiencies. And the other final thing to add in here is that the entities are modelled by WICS to deliver the same level of capital investment into every council area, but they don't do so for a number of years. They effectively bring the organisation together, they develop plans and strategies and programs, and then they ramp up delivery of the investment. So actually, the investment takes place when the entities are more efficient. So the ultimate cost of all of that investment is less than it is under the individual council models. So I'll stop again for questions, but I'll probably stop on this slide here, because this is us trying to bring all of those pieces of information together into one place, saying, well, what if you did take that standard number and you adjusted it for the actual number of households in Nelson and the actual proportion of revenue for Nelson? What if you adjusted the debt to revenue ratio to be something more akin to what a council does, who borrows at the full council level? What if, you know, in many cases, it's, well, what if the investment isn't at the level of WICS's projection? What if it's only half of that? And equally for the entity, what if you can't achieve those level of savings? What does that do? And I think a key takeaway here is that achieving only half of those efficiencies, so we're only talking 25%, an entity that covers all of that geographic area with all of that population base with an enormous capital program to deliver in 30 years, if it could only achieve 25% efficiencies, you know, that pushes the cost up to $1,685. So that's really the demonstration of what I said earlier, that the true power of containing household costs and the financial resilience comes from aggregation to a large group of population, not just from the efficiencies. And this trend is exactly the same trend as we've modelled in business cases for Otago and Southland, Hawke's Bay, and effectively everywhere else we've done this, that the individual council costs will rise, and they rise to a different degree depending on the individual circumstances, but that the benefits of aggregation do flow out to everyone. And In Otago and Southland, when we modelled this, every individual council we modelled as having lower household costs in an aggregated group. The scale of the difference was nowhere near what WICS projected, but we found the same thing to be true in all situations. So I'm going to stop again there for questions, Rachel.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Was that the last slide? Have you got another one?
My next slide was to start to turn away from the financials and just remind everyone that there's this much bigger picture, but I think you guys have got Jason to come and do that.
We do, but can I just get you to run through that slide, and then I'll take the questions quickly at the end. So I think, because I think it'd be useful to do that. Good.
Yeah, so this is my sort of end of the presentation to say, having talked a lot through these financials and tried to help you understand what they are, to try and put them in context here. Yes, I know they're a significant factor and the community's deeply concerned and interested by future costs to them, but actually there is an enormous amount of benefits, risks, issues and challenges proposed by this reform. And as council leaders, you've got to be across all of these. And during this 8-week period, some of these other ones are the ones that I think your time can be really well spent. What is this role of iwi and how does it work? How are councils as owners and governors going to be effective in that structure? How is Nelson going to be able to continue to provide for economic growth when the provision of Three Waters is actually done by a separate entity? You no longer control that key growth lever that you currently do. How's that going to work? What's the structure that will make that most effective for you? What about your people? What's going to happen to them through this change? What's going to happen to your organisation after, if and when water is removed? What happens to the rest of the organisation? At the moment, water is about a third of your operations, provides a significant technical and intellectual competence that would no longer be within your organisation. And the service itself, how do you ensure that your customers, whether they be the urban or rural ones, get the level of service they should out into the future when you've got an organisation that's as big as this thing will be?
Okay, thanks, Dan.
Back to you, Rachel.
Okay, thanks. So that's the next bit, sort of the segue part that Jason's coming along to talk about. But I actually think the slide that that Dan's produced there is a really useful slide, that one, for topics. So, right, we'll go back to the questions on Kate. Your hand's still up. I'm not sure if that's from last time or you've got some more questions.
No, I haven't got any more questions. Sorry, I've got to drop it down. Sorry.
No problem. I'll go to Gail and then to Judy and then Matt.
Thanks, Rachel. Dan, I just want to understand the efficiencies a little bit more. I was a little bit lost on that.
Yep.
I think you said that under the proposed system, there'd be 50% capital efficiency, 60% operational efficiency. Do you know what our current efficiency levels are? I mean, how do you compare when I don't know what they are? Do you know what they are?
I don't know what they are, but the WICS modelling for efficiencies is based on a kind of a population basis, that organisations of a certain size can achieve a certain level of efficiency. And they will, within their own analysis, they've pointed to small water entities in the UK that could only achieve 20 to 30% efficiencies. But then they look at Scottish Water and they can see what that's achieved over a period of time. So Nelson would not be in their modelling achieving any efficiencies. You have to be a sort of a Hastings level to start to see any effective efficiencies in. But they're modelling efficiencies based on things like the size of the capital program and the fact that an organisation of that size will be able to drive lower costs into its investment, that it will be able to make the right decisions for investment at the right time. And as Pat pointed out, renew assets at the rate that ensures that preventative maintenance and renewing happens before costs are incurred to do works that would otherwise be unnecessary. There is the development of 10, 20, 30-year programs of investment that the market can build its capacity around and respond to. Things like that the kind of the key drivers of where the efficiencies come from.
I think that's going to be one of the points that maybe the public might want to be convinced of, that actually, you know, if we're going to get any efficiencies, we need to prove what we're doing now and compare. And a lot of what we've been looking at in the last few minutes is a lot of assumptions that may not necessarily reflect our actual. And I think that our public are going to want some information on what we actually are compared to the assumptions, compared to, you know, how real are those assumptions for us. So I'm just sort of raising the fact that we might have something that we might need to discuss and explain a little bit better. And I think that comes to the core of the why. Why would we want to do this, and what's in it for us, which is the question people are asking us. And I'm not comfortable with that efficiency part of it. So I'm just sort of raising that as maybe a need to explain, or some more information to make that more understandable.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Gail.
Yep.
I think we need to, so the efficiency one, I'll just put that on the table there for Jason to talk about. So he said, I think they've had Farrier Swear look at the efficiency, and also Becker in terms of whether it's reasonable, so he'll be able to hopefully talk to that. In terms of the assumptions, the only thing I have to say is I think what Dan's told us is the assumptions are pretty, there's nothing in that first slot of going, that looks pretty good. There's nothing here that's sitting out to go, the model doesn't work for Nelson. Is it? I mean, that's what I've taken from that, Dan, is that actually the model, you know, it's a model, but there's nothing here you'd say that you go, the assumptions are completely out. The one that is the part that Scottish Water have looked at is the renewals, and ours being lower, and that's based on the necessary asset management. Part of that will be influenced by the new environmental controls that will be expected.
Yeah, and I would probably draw it back to that sensitivity analysis slide and say that the only scenario when you play with the sensitivities where the cost of service provision under council is less than it would be under an entity is where the investment projection is less than what you're actually projecting yourself.
Yeah, okay.
So,
okay.
And I reckon that puts Nelson actually in a really good position, if that, it's going to sound funny, but in some councils, the government's position is, look, the financial impact here is so overwhelming, we don't need to demonstrate it in any other way to you. But here, it's quite, you know, even at just the government numbers, you're saying, okay, well, what else here is the reason why we do this? What are the non-financial benefits that would flow from the aggregation, and what is Nelson community going to benefit from?
Yeah, okay, so that's been, and we've kind of, from the beginning of this, we saw the first modelling, we knew that that Nelson was one of the councils that, if you want to say every council's better off, is the model saying that, but Nelson is one of the ones that on a straight financial sense has one of the lower benefits, if that makes sense. It's actually, you know, when you look at for the consumer side of things, actually, yes, it's going to cost more because but not as much as it, you know, not as much as it would if we went on our own. But if I looked at the difference between council on its own or in the entity, the range for us is a lot smaller than it will be for, apart from Napier, and maybe, you know, it might be one other council. You know, we're in that right at that point of, from a customer perspective, the financial side of it based on the model is not nearly as beneficial as other parts of New Zealand. I think it's probably where we've got to. The debt issue that Nikki showed us before is a different story, though. So that's the debt to revenue side's a bit different. Depends on what we can do. Right, I'll go to Judine, and I'll go to Matt. And at the moment, I haven't had a message to say Jason's here yet, so I think we're okay for time.
Yeah, my question was about Three Waters debt to revenue ratio, and whether this is one for Nikki to address a bit later or one for you, because on one of your earlier slides, you actually noted, you know, and it said Three Waters debt to revenue ratio ceiling of 250%. But of course, we saw in the earlier slides from Nikki, Three Waters debt to revenue ratio going out to 269% by 2031. So does that, I mean, you know, I know we can move ceilings out to a degree, but there's also, you know, the LGFA limits and things like that. So does this also suggest that beyond 2031, we are going to have trouble borrowing for our infrastructure renewals?
Well, what I'd say there is that you don't judge debt at Three Waters level. You manage it at a total council level. So in virtually every council in New Zealand, Three Waters is far more heavily indebted, if you think of it that way, than the rest of council. You know, you don't typically borrow money for roads. So it is very normal to have a Three Waters debt to revenue ratio of well over 250%. You know, our sensitivity analysis uses 500% as a proxy, because when you spread that across the whole of the council, you still stay within borrowing limits. What I do see with councils, some councils, and the ones I know the projections better than yours, is that over the next 10 years, the level of borrowing that is required to upgrade Three Waters means that there is very little capacity, if any, to borrow money for any other activity. So all of the borrowing of council becomes focused on Three Waters. All of the capital investment becomes Three Waters. It dominates everything a council does. There's no room for the other parts of the activity.
Yep.
So
I think we know councils like that. Yep.
Yeah, the Three Waters debt to revenue stuff is a little bit of a furphy, if I'm honest. That's not how we work. Yeah. In your sensitivity analysis summary slide, in the council alone bar, yep.
Does that assume that it's BAU for that council, or does that assume meeting the new water services bill standards, the new reform standards, etc.?
Yes, it does. Yeah, that is us effectively playing with the WICS model, making the adjustments in the places that they've said, if you want to adjust household costs, go to line X in cell 22.
Yeah. So for the public, you know, so the public look at the current data, you know, and our current efficiencies and, you know, what we do. How do we, I guess, what is the best figures, data or slide could we show the public to explain? Because everyone's sort of focusing on Three Waters reform and not looking at Te Mata Arawai, the water services bill, and these other critical things, because they're looking at status quo versus, you know, 4 entities versus the fact that status quo really quickly will be a really different thing.
There is no status quo.
No, exactly. But that's what the public, from what I hear and see, the public are going, this is your current data, this is what you do. So, you know, what's the best, because a lot of the information out there is about here's 4 entities, here is efficiencies, but we're sort of taking them from A to Z without explaining, you know, all the other machinations that say why status quo isn't going to exist anymore. So what is the best, you know, like out of your data slides? I mean, you know, you can give people a lot of information, but that doesn't inform them necessarily.
I'm not sure many of my slides would be that good to send out to the public. I think and they may struggle with them. I'm sure you've got comms people who do a very good job of explaining stuff through the LTP, and, you know, lots of diagrams and pictures about what's driving things. I think that there is no status quo. Everything is going to change, and all of the services, for all the costs of this service, are going to rise regardless of what we do.
Yes.
And it's a question of how you, what is the best way to respond to those future changes? Yeah. And, you know, whether you believe all of the WICS information or not, that is the advice the minister's been getting. You know, she has had 67 individual council dashboards, about half of which say these councils cannot afford this. So that's where they're coming from. So I'm not sure. I don't know. So then I'm going to wrap up a little bit.
I can see Jason's joined us, and I know Jason is got he's booked solid. So I think we've got him from till I think we've got him through till 11:30. I think that's right, Jason. Okay, and then he's gone to somebody else. So I'll get Matt's question, and then
Thanks.
And then we'll see if Dan can answer it quickly, and if not, we'll put it in the holding pen.
Thanks. So Dan, overall, do you think it's a good deal for Nelson?
Good question. And I'm going to dodge that because you guys are the difficult ones who have to make the decisions, not me. My only advice is don't make it based on the financial information. There's so much more to it than this. That the costs will be what the costs will be in the end. It's all of the non-financial stuff that should drive the reasons for change.
Okay, and should we pay any heed to what other councils are doing in terms of whether they're going in or out?
Oh, look, I don't speak for the government. I have no mandate, but they're going to do this, is what it looks like to me. And I don't think what councils are saying and doing can ultimately change it. She's quite openly said this only works if everybody's in.
Okay.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm going to stick around, and if need be, I can answer some questions.
Oh, brilliant. Thanks, Dan. Okay. Kia ora. Welcome, Jason. Thanks for joining us. Hope you've had a chance to grab a cup of tea, glass of water since the last presentation. And look, for everyone else on the screen, if you need to take a break, just take a break. We're going to keep moving through just because everyone is on book today. So welcome to Jason Crook from LGNZ. Jason, I'll hand across to you, and if you've got a presentation to share, I don't know if you've got slides today, then by all means just share screen, otherwise we're in your hands.
Perfect.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. You get me at the start of the day. The councils who get me at the end of the day, it'll be interesting to see if my voice holds out. This is my third one of these today. I don't have a presentation, and I see Dan very much spoke about the status quo is no longer an option, and I think that's a very good place to start. I think where I'm more comfortable than Dan is I exist in that interesting space between policy and politics, both at the local government level and at the central government level, and in fact, because that's my job and what you pay me to do. And so I'm very happy to get into that political speculation, crystal ball gazing, talking about the motivations of government, where the political capital lies, where the public views are on this, where the opposition may be positioned on this. So very happy to climb into all of those things. And I think that's good to possibly do at the end of the conversation, or the end of my part that I'm speaking to. That said, I would like to keep that part fairly truncated, 15, 20 minutes, probably all you need to hear me blathering on about, because I think the real richness is in the discussion, and that's what I'd like to get into in your particular questions on this. So picking up where Dan left off, he is absolutely right. The choice before councils and communities today is not the choice between the status quo and the government's model. The status quo as we know it has gone. And that really reflects something that's pretty endemic across the New Zealand system, in that, well, it depends when you want to start the clock, but from the water's perspective, the clock starts in 1956, where the Ministry of Health was established and had the role as a drinking water regulator. And up to and including Havelock North, the drinking water regulator had not taken out a single enforcement action in the drinking water space, whether that was private or public. And what we've seen across the rest of the New Zealand system, but specifically in the water industry, is that there's been no systematic stewardship of what's happened. And, you know, we've had a couple of structural reforms along the way, 1989 being the one that probably sticks in people's memory most strongly, but also the Auckland amalgamation was another one. And really what that allowed us to actually see is that in an environment where there is very little steward and regulatory control, you do get bad outcomes. And where you aggregate to an efficient economic scale, you get good outcomes. And the first one is the lack of regulation. The other one is the establishment of Watercare, which is not to say that Watercare is a perfect model. There's always room for improvement. So what that brings us to is Havelock North as an impetus to really look under the hood of what's going on in water and realize that in drinking water, while the standard's not changing, enforcement of that standard on public networks and particularly on private networks has been really dire. And we get somewhere between 30,000 people who are recorded with waterborne diseases showing up in hospitals every year. It's a reportable disease, and it's believed that that number is probably closer to 100,000 because some people just are assuming they get the trots and don't go see the doctor. Once we looked at the water one as a country, we also started looking at wastewater and realized that the you guys dodged this because you're a unitary, but the cozy relationship between TAs and regional councils, cozy is probably the wrong word, but a kind of friendly, we want to help you arrangement, carrot, how do you meet your consent conditions, has not produced good outcomes in terms of maintaining compliance with consents. About a fifth of New Zealand's wastewater treatment plants don't meet their consent conditions, and some of those haven't met those consent conditions for over 20 years. So really bad outcomes for the environment. And the last one is that, and we saw this in the RFI, as you start unpacking the financial performance of water services delivery in New Zealand, that we found there's variable performance within councils. So some councils have been overcharging for their water services and using that surplus in other parts of their business. Others have undercharged and not provided the capital investment that they needed to maintain the level of their Three Waters infrastructure. So the response on the back of this from central government was to say, well, we're going to regulate it up. So we have a new drinking water regulator who also has stormwater reporting and disclosure powers. And, rumor has it that the government's thinking about giving them some more tools, particularly in that wastewater space, but we'll see when the water services bill comes out. We're seeing regional councils being given a real strong direction from Minister Parker and the government to say there is no carrot, there is only stick, and we want to see way more stronger and stricter compliance and enforcement. And the third one is that in the grand bet of which delivers better outcomes, public ownership or economic regulation, the government is siding, and I think rightly to some degree, that you need economic regulation if you want to get good outcomes and consistent outcomes for consumers. So when we eventually get to consultation, whichever way the government decides to go on this, the opt-in, the opt-out, the mandatory, the who knows, the middle way, politics is the art of the possible. The choice that will be put before communities is the government's model or an alternative model that will answer all these regulatory pressures and costs and give a breakdown to communities so that they can do an apples for apples comparison, not the status quo as we have it. Now, councils like yours have certainly been on the right end of the curve, but for a lot of councils that are on the wrong end of that curve, that sophistication curve and where they need to be in their asset management and capex plans, that's a really daunting challenge for them. Because one thing I would say across all of the engagements we've done and deep dives with councils is that there hasn't been a robust alternative model really put up other than what the Hawke's Bay has actually put on the table. So there hasn't been that kind of good alternative analysis. Hat tip to Dan, who did a lot of the heavy lifting in the Hawke's Bay there. And in fact, loads of the analysis that Dan has done has informed a lot of the thinking in this space. So Morrison Low has done some really excellent work there. Which then brings me into the economic model. And I mean, Dan would have really spoken about the functioning of the model, but I can tell you how we got to that model, which I think is also quite useful. From a LGNZ perspective, the mandate, just give you a bit of a potted history. I've worked for LGNZ just over 3 years. In fact, it'll be 3 years and 4 days. And the first 18 months of that, the mandate from National Council was to fight central government tooth and nail in the trenches on mandatory aggregation and argue for a fit-for-purpose regulatory regime. I was very happy to engage in that. But what we realized is it wasn't getting us anywhere. We weren't actually advancing the we weren't improving the quality of water services that people were getting as a result of that retrospective and rearguard action that we were actually fighting, and that we needed a step change if we were going to actually improve water services in this. So when the government said, we've got a model, we said, well, look, we know where we are as the junior partner in the government stack. Let us come to the table and right-size your model as best as possible, so that whatever you propose, this is not suggesting to councils that we endorse this model by any means, but that it is fit for purpose, that is marrying top-down economic analysis and policy design with bottom-up operational experience, on the ground expertise, know-how, and just local knowledge that you can't replicate using a model on a spreadsheet on a whiteboard. So that was an interesting mandate. Burned through quite a lot of relationship capital fighting with bureaucrats in Wellington over assumptions and models and evidence being presented, and the economic analysis, and is the scale appropriate? Where did the benefits in these models come from? And you probably don't need any visibility into the blood that was spilled on the floor. But I think where we've come to this is a kind of quite a straight back relationship with government on this, where we've kind of tested each other's bona fides, and we've just gotten to the basis that the only thing that can really speak for itself here is evidence and robust analysis. So some of the things we brought to the table was, let's start at a regional scale and build up from there and see where the sweet spots are. Let's have a look at the governance structure. Let's have a look at the peer reviewing and the peer review of the assumptions made. Let's really pull this model apart and put it together so that what we're getting is Aotearoa water and not Scottish water lifted and shifted over into New Zealand. And let's compare the experience of other countries internationally as they've gone on very similar reforms. Without necessarily endorsing the model, what I can say is that, broadly speaking, what I can say, because my wife's a modeler and she gave me this line, which I love, which is that all models are wrong, but some are useful. And this is a particularly useful model. So what happens in 2050, the price that they've quoted you, a guarantee, is not going to be the price that actually happens. One, because I don't think they've inflated the numbers for inflation, or just for inflation. So it's, by definition, it has to be different. But the direction of travel, the broad alignment of where the benefits will flow relative to the costs, head in the right direction. And that's certainly been verified in overseas experience, and also the work that Morrison Low have done, which had different assumptions. It came from a different point of view, but broadly concluded that the direction of travel is in the right direction. We've also tested the assumptions, the methodology, the assumptions around the quality, etc., and how so what is on the table and being presented by central government, quite frankly, has had the tires kicked to the point that I don't think I have an unbroken toe left on either foot. Now, the question you get to is, let's move out of the economics and the whiteboard space. Let's move into the real, into the realm of politics, and how do we actually make this thing work beyond a model? How does it fit into the New Zealand system? And this is where I think it's very important to focus on where this model will be landing. So, the governance issue has been a strong one across everyone I've spoken to, and I think it's important to unpack why the governance model that's been chosen has been chosen. Almost every council I've spoken to has been dissatisfied with the fact that they lose direct control as owners of these entities and move into a governance representative group, which sits higher, that has an indirect control over the board. Now, there's one primary reason for this, in that the government's model is really aimed to fill that $120 to $180 billion infrastructure shortfall. And we've kicked the numbers on that. Even on the conservative side, it fits within that range. On the heroic side, it probably breaches that range. But so I would say that $120 billion to $180 billion shortfall figure is more or less accurate, and we'll end up somewhere in the middle on that. And the only way to do that is you have to provide the capital from somewhere. You know, the experience in English water, separate from Scottish water, was that they spent, you know, 2 decades spinning their wheels because they aggregated, but they didn't provide capital for these entities to make investments, and they made no difference on the ground. So capital is ultimately important in this. And the way the government is going to do this while retaining public ownership in this is by allowing these entities to borrow more in the market. And the only way that the debt rating agencies will give them the headroom to do this and lift their borrowing relative to revenue from about 2.5 times, which councils are currently facing, to 8 times, is by getting that governance separation. And it is a very commercial view of the world that if you have a commercial board running a commercial entity, notwithstanding that these entities won't make a profit, but they're still going to be run on commercial professional terms, you have a fewer number of factors that you have to consider, and it makes decision-making relatively simpler, and you tend to get better outcomes, which means you tend to be better placed to pay off your debt, which is why you get an 8 times gearing ratio, as opposed to councils who have a far more challenging job, and elected members who have to take in, you know, 50,000 shades of grey when reaching their decisions, and tend to be less well placed to give the kind of direct commercial advice that a competency-based board would give to a commercial entity. And that's simply why the need for that arm's length governance structure. And I know that's really challenging, particularly as you will still retain ownership in these entities to some degree, namely that you will be co-owners of these entities, but you won't have the same ownership rights as in a private sector ownership of equity kind of relationship. But it's not as arm's length as you would imagine in the space. So yes, you have to have a co-governance group with iwi Māori at the table and mana whenua representation, but it actually isn't that the bread and butter of councils anyway, and the direction where we're headed in general. The other part of it is that statement of intent and letter of performance expectations is actually a very powerful document, and it allows you to set a very high bar, which then other parts of the regulatory system will help you enforce in this process, and ensure that these water services entities do what they're supposed to be doing, and what you as people on this governance board and as equity owners in these entities will be requiring them to do. It isn't the only channel that you have available to you. So these water services entities will be required to consult when it comes to projects that they want to put in the ground with the community, in the same way that you have to consult with the community. And there's an expectation that councils will be an institutional submitter into that process, representing the views of your community. So there is a little bit of balance in the system. There will also be consumer panels in this, and the last one, and that's, you know, to get a cross-section of the consumer experience, and that's built into the regulatory structure. And the last one is the economic regulator will be kicking the stuffing out of whoever is the water provision entity, whether it's these new water services entities or councils themselves, to ensure that there are efficiencies in the system, but also that there are robust customer protections. The one notable weakness I would put on the table in this is that it's very much focused on a traditional utility model, in that you have the utility entity and then you have the customers. And so the customers, the benefit and the costs are weighed up in that dimension. One of the things that I think is missing in here, and the government definitely needs to strengthen, is that relationship between councils as producers of plans, and whether that's district plans or LTPs or take your pick, and water services entities who have to give effect to those plans with investments in infrastructure, which enable things like placemaking and growth, etc., etc. So that is possibly an area that, it's not possibly, it is an area where we really need to see some beefed up changes to that. And certainly my experience across speaking to a lot of councils on this is an area where they also feel that the government's proposal is weak and are passing on that feedback in that 8-week period. Which I guess then brings me to the 8-week period. What is actually being asked of you? Do you have to consult? What is your obligation on this? The way I'm describing it to councils is, what you're being afforded to do right now is basically dictate the kind of shape, the kind of cake that the government's going to bake. And once that cake is baked, then we will get to consultation, because we'll know what the final shape and form of that is. And that's what this 8-week period is designed to do, to get your thoughts funneled into that, to come out with a final product. That then will very much open the path for consultation. And it's very much it sits in the government's court about how it will pursue that path to reform. Certainly Minister Mahuta has said that the model only stacks up if everybody's in. That's probably true across the board, particularly when you consider that the smaller councils are the ones who benefit the most from this, and that you can't exclude those smaller councils because you can't impose economic regulation on them because they're too small and the costs are too high, and just the red tape would absolutely drown them. They would just be, all their water focus would be on red tape. So you can't get good outcomes unless smaller councils are in on this. So that all in statement is probably, all things being equal, is true. The other one is the government also knows how challenging it is to get these small councils in. There almost seems to be a rule that the smaller you are and the more you would benefit from these reforms, the more you're opposed to it. And that makes for a very tough decision for central government, because I think it's important to look at the history of water reform in New Zealand over the past, let's call it 20 years. So, the National Party in the 1990s was right into councils metro councils saying, please, can you get into aggregated water service provision entities? Because we just can't see how small communities can pay for the infrastructure that they need. We have a letter from Morris Williamson saying that from 1999. You also have the council-led aggregations that have two of them have one outright failed to get off the ground, which was the Waikato water aggregation there. The politics of it got in the way. We saw the Hawke's Bay do really good work and get to that. They got to the line, and then we started to see some weaknesses in the commitment there from some of the councils to follow through, notwithstanding that there's probably still a little bit of room to play in that one. And we also saw the Wellington water model get to the point of establishing an aggregated entity, but doing it on a kind of half-pregnant basis, where it tied one hand behind the back of Wellington Water, making it quite ineffective at addressing the challenges that the Wellington region are facing. You also had the National Party take two big cracks at water aggregation in two different forms. The first one was council aggregations, and that failed, amalgamations rather, and then it also tried CCO to vest infrastructure provision in CCOs, and those also failed. And so when you add all of this up, plus the majority that the Labour Party has in the House, all the money and political capital that they've vested in this, I have to say the question that they'll be wrestling with is, if we don't do this now, then when do we ever get on top of that $120 to $180 billion infrastructure shortfall, and does it just get bigger over time? So that's largely my view of the world, my view of the model, and the choice in front of you, and happy to get into the discussion.
Nathan, thank you. I'll let you take a breath now. I had a text message before to say, does this guy actually breathe? So you go breathe for a minute. Look, Jason, I want to come. We had a question earlier in the session from Trudy, and I want to start with Trudy because I want to go back to her question because I reserved it for you, and she may want to add some more. So Trudy had some questions about how is the prioritisation going to occur for councils. So, if we've got a suite of projects that we've planned on for both renewals and growth, how are they going to get prioritised through the new entities? And also questions that were around we've collected depreciation. So what is sort of happening in relation to the depreciation that we've collected for renewals? And I think if Trudy, if you want to just, that was my intro to it. And if you want to reframe it, I'll come to you now.
No, that's fine. I've got more to add.
Okay, we'll take your extra questions after this one. So Jason, that's that big conundrum that all the councils are asking at the moment.
So yes, and that's exactly what I'm referring to when I say that interface with the planning system really needs to be stepped up on this. I mean, let's take you guys in Entity B or Entity C, sorry, I beg your pardon. You know, Nelson is a council that is experiencing significant house price pressures, and that's related to your ability to provide horizontal infrastructure to build houses on top of. Your population relative to the conurbation that is the Wellington region, you really don't want to end up as being always at the back of the list, while Wellington gets all the investment to make up for, you know, poor historic investment and the fact that it's got the biggest population. So that's where I think this thing really needs to be ramped up. There needs to be some institutional controls on this. The one thing I would note, and Dan can probably correct me if I'm overstating this, is we have had a look at the debt capacity and the balance sheets, and granted they're modeled debt capacity and balance sheets of the new water services entities, and there is significant financial headroom there to make these kinds of investments. I just want to make one point about how these water services entities will work. So all of the makeup investment on old infrastructure that doesn't meet the standards, on environmental outputs, on, you know, bringing just existing stuff up to scratch, will happen through the regulatory environment. So that's not something that needs to be handled through the plan making. We really just have to work on growth and that prioritization mechanism. And what happens, what's the institutional lever that you guys need in case that entity is not meeting its requirements and you're not getting that through the board. So that's an area that I really think needs, and DIA are aware of this, and we've been banging this drum all the way along. They are very responsive to these kinds of things, so I will give them that credit, and certainly there is something in that space. On the depreciation, Dan can correct me again on this if I'm wrong, but I understand it just gets moved across to the new water services entities.
He's nodding. Trudy, I'll come across to you for some more questions.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify, you just said before that you mentioned it would make a profit, yet in a previous webinar, it stated that they would not make a profit, the surplus goes back into the entity. So how have that changed?
So it's, well, regardless of whether if the entity made a surplus through, you know, if it made a mistake and made a surplus by accident, that money would just be reinvested in the business. It would never be distributed to the owners of that asset. So that's really that was a choice made early on, reflecting the shortfall that is probably inappropriate to pay dividends to equity owners while there's such an infrastructure shortfall. Ultimately, what will happen is, as the economic regulator gets stood up and gets running, it'll run things so close to that line and so close to that point of efficiency that if there is a surplus or a deficit, it will be tiny unders and overs between financial periods. They're not designed to make profits, but they are designed to run commercially.
Okay, and so just to clarify again, it's been mentioned in webinars, and you've mentioned it again here, and was mentioned by Dan as well, that the MP says that it works when everyone is in. And then in the previous webinar, it was made quite clear that if you don't opt in, basically this conversation's come about because the government was going to legislate it. So the ministers brought this back to LGNZ councillors and stuff to actually have a conversation and work with it. And then you just said before that everyone has to opt in. So is there really an opt-out option, or is that just a delusion?
Well, speaking out of school, I think the issue here is the government has not been consistent in its approach here. And so, you know, when we began this process, there were 3 tranches. There was the opt-in, there was the opt-out, but reflecting, and that's changed. You know, councils would have to opt into the government's reforms, and then we got rid of the tranches, and then it was councils would have to opt out, and it's presumed everybody's opted in. I think what that reflects in this is that the government's understanding where it started in waters was pretty small, and that's grown over time. And as they've understood the complexity of this, they've kind of realized that they've got a tiger by the tail. The other side of this, and I think this is based on the advice that WICS and DIA have given to the minister, that the government is strongly of the view that the net benefits of this program and this reform program are so compelling that councils will want to opt in en masse for the benefits of their community. What they're meeting is the real politic of this, and that real politic of this is that some councils are absolutely opposed to these reforms because they see it as a threat to their ongoing sustainability. And as I said, there seems to be a correlation between how small you are and how opposed you are to these reforms. And that really gets to a kind of political arithmetic that the government has to do at the moment about how it chooses to get to these reforms. Yes, they might be painting this as a black and white scenario, but this is politics. Anything could fall out of cabinet, to tell the truth.
Okay, so before you mentioned that it's either this model or you find a different model, but then you mentioned that you would share what the opposition said, so I take it that's coming later. But if this is the model and you've tie kicked it, so you've not got any left unbroken toes, there is no other model, is there?
Well, there are other models internationally. And there are certainly interest in exploring what those models are. But I would remark that no one's actually done any work that is sufficiently robust that you could compare the government's model to something that's on the other side of it. And that's the real challenge in this, in that we as a sector, if we were to propose an alternative model, that work would have to be done by now if it was to be credibly assessed. And, whether you're the South Island in the Ngaitahu Takiwa, or whether you're the Waikato, or whether you're Hawke's Bay or Auckland, no one is that sufficiently advanced that there's a comparable model to the government's on the table right now.
Okay, and then the financial model hasn't actually been sorted yet, is it? Is this what the 8 weeks is for the councils to feed into before going out to the community? And is this where we start talking about like how stranded assets are treated fairly and the financial analysis and all that comes in, and the future liabilities and all of that? Is this what this 8 weeks is for?
So yes, in part, because one of the things, the RFI is being called a deep dive into council information, but is really just a deep dip is probably a more accurate description of it. And that was because it was the first time we ever looked at water from what's on your asset management plans, how does finance regard these assets, and what are the engineers and the actual technicians seeing on the ground with the quality of these assets. And so it was the first time we've ever looked at those things. But what it revealed, as much information as it provided, it also revealed how little information we actually know systematically across all councils and how they account for these things. And what we've seen is that there are 67 different ways of doing this. And so it's very difficult to provide the kind of detail that you're looking for without extensive diligence processes. So how the government has approached to this is to say, these are the in principle commitments that we're making to how we will treat debt or how we'll treat depreciation, but recognizing that we need to go through a 2-year diligence process, and there might be some winners and there might be some losers, and we'll make adjustments to that as we find these exceptional circumstances. But we give you these in principle commitments so that you know that you've got a barometer to see what you're getting into.
Okay, thanks. Because just my last point before I pass it on, because I don't want to hog you just to myself, is the setup of the entity. We keep saying to other people that think of it like a council-owned trust or organisation and stuff, so that people can get their head around that. But instead we've got the stupid cartoon that's telling people out there this is what needs to happen, and we're treating them like imbeciles instead of actually giving them information. So how's that information actually going to go out to the public instead of treating them like little kids?
Look, if I could go back in time and, kick someone up the butt who came up with that stupid advertising campaign, I would. The reality of it is, yes, the government totally misstepped on this. And as you know, your representatives, well, you as representatives have done, you've made your views clear. LGNZ has made it extremely clear to the highest levels of government, the finance minister, the minister of local government, the prime minister. I've sat in on those meetings. We've made it absolutely clear that this was an absolute misstep. Government hasn't helped by not pulling that campaign, but they've certainly heard us, and very recently have started putting resources and actions into place that would start that level of engagement where people can actually engage in the facts and not just some stupid cartoons. It may be a little too late, I acknowledge that, but we're working with what we can influence.
Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Trudy. Some really good questions. Right, we've got heaps of people's questions. I'll start with Gail, Matt, Judine, and then I'll go along the top of the screen.
Thank you, Rachel. Hi, Jason. It was me that was worried about your breathing. You've given us a lot of information in a very short time, so you will need that drink of water. Look, you've partially answered my first question, which was, if the government model isn't something we would want to take, then would we have to have another model up and running? And you've answered that, that we would have to have had one by now, but we didn't know that, so that's interesting. You also mentioned the Hawke's Bay model, which was a feasible model. What's that? In a nutshell, you may not want to share the whole thing, but is it feasible?
I think Dan's best to answer this one because he did all the work.
Oh, okay.
So what I'll do, just because Jason's short on time, because you do have to clock out of here at 11:30.
I can park that one.
Then we'll come back to Dan. If you can stay after 11:30, Dan. Brilliant. Okay.
Thank you. So my next question was regarding the when we're joined, our proposal is to join Wellington as the major player. So if Wellington's assets are in poor condition, which it looks like, but I don't know, how does that affect those that are joined with them? And we did talk a little bit about priorities and how do our plans get in there when you've got a bigger population? There's some thought into that.
So as I said, there's you need to split those in that the making up for or uplifting the infrastructure to meet the required standard is largely going to be a function that happens agnostic to council input on this, because the regulators are going to be saying, this plant needs to be upgraded, this plant is not meeting the standard, here's a big fine for this and this and this, and the entities will be focusing a lot of their attention in that space. I think that will happen almost as a kind of automatic process. It'll be a bit messy in the first 10 years as we kind of set up this new system and get into it and move out of the grandfathering provisions, and the economic regulator gets set up, established, and robust operational data put into it. But that process will effectively take care of itself. Where the other side of it is that planning side, and that's where, again, we really need to see some detail on what is that methodology, who gets seen to in this. Some of the constraint in that space won't necessarily relate to the water services entities, because they will be procuring construction services, say, to enable growth in various parts of the country, and that will be dictated to by the construction sector market conditions at that particular time. That said, I think there are real advantages to these large water services entities to be able to plan and procure at scale and over time. So if your entity C, you can say, I plan to do this in year 5, and I plan to do this here in year 10, and I plan to do this here in year 15, and then saying to a large, potentially international construction company, saying, look, I've got 20 to 25 years of work here. Don't you want to invest significantly in your capacity and capability? Because here's a contract that will underpin that investment. So it does give you some of that certainty. Again, like to double down on those institutional controls. The one thing we haven't discussed, but I think is really important to put into this is what is quite advantageous to the government's model is kind of self-insurance built into it. So were you to have a drought, or were you to have a flood that significantly damaged your infrastructure, you could draw on the resources, both financial and technical and operational, from within that broad water services entity catchment to come and provide you some support in that area. As a country built, as a country in the Roaring 40s built on a fault line, I think that's quite an appealing factor, and particularly as you overlay climate change concerns over the top of this, and acknowledge that most of our wastewater treatment plants are built right at the front line of sea level rise.
Thank you. Look, I just want to raise a very big red flag with some of the commentary that you've made regarding the regulatory side. And my notes, when you were talking about it, I've got our community would be unlikely to accept the regulatory method to determine our infrastructure priorities. And we need to be a proactive program, because to let it go to the point where you've got the regulatory people coming in and hitting you with a stick is really bad. And our community would not like that. They expect our infrastructure to be a lot better than it's breaking down, you need to do it. So I'm just going to raise that as a comment.
No, Gail, I think it's the opposite, actually. I think what you're achieving with the economic regulator is someone who is really telling you to invest before it breaks down. What we've seen in practice across New Zealand, and it's not universal, but it's certainly really common, is let's run the assets down until they have no useful life left, and then we'll invest. And so you get very lumpy investment and asset performance cycles. What the regulator does is it smooths those out, which says to entities, well, you better start investing in your infrastructure now, and we'll set a raised price path for you so that you can make that infrastructure, but consumers are also guaranteed that they get a fair shake of the deal and no one's charging them excessive rates in this space. So that's not the intention at all. And quite frankly, I mean, a good comparator in this is the electricity lines industry. I mean, no one kind of, if you look at the history of outages, breakages, homes being cut off from electricity, the introduction of an economic regulator has completely reduced those from, in some cases it was 30 days in a year that people were being cut off in total. And now that's been reduced down to 2 or 3 days. Prices are low, investment is pretty robust and consistent. So the intention is to avoid that problem.
Okay, so if the intention is not what I perceived, then maybe the story needs to be adjusted to make that story more positive than negative. I've just got one more thing to question, and that is, we are halfway through the 8-week period, and we've been interrupted with COVID. We can't communicate with our community the way that we would like to and that they expect. Is there an extension proposed for that period of time?
Look, that's a live discussion with DI, and we've certainly raised the challenges around COVID. They've acknowledged it, and the answer coming back was it depends how long the COVID period is, and we're still pushing for that information, but we'll come back to you with that.
Okay, so just from the community point of view, I think there is a lot of angst out there, and I think that if they feel that they can have that opportunity to actually feed into the process, I think that would cut that back by quite a significant amount. So that's just passing through from what I've been seeing and reading and hearing. I think it would be certainly a gesture of goodwill, particularly in the South Island, where we might be out of this a bit sooner. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Gail. Jason, I'm really conscious you have to leave 11:30, don't you? You're booked with another council.
I've probably got about 10 minutes of wiggle room if you need it.
Okay, all right. You wanted to cover off some of the politics stuff. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to keep going with the questions, or I can hold that back for sort of the last 5 minutes or so?
Yeah, I think let's do that. I think I see a lot of yellow hands on the screen.
Yeah, a lot of hands. Okay, so Matt, any other questions? Not around the politics, because Jason will come to that at the end.
Thanks, Jason. Did you say just before that restructuring of the electricity sector has led to lower power prices?
No, I didn't. I may have said lower power prices. What I probably meant was better performance, better operational performance of those entities. I guess the question I would have in the electricity space is what would the price have been without economic reform? What economic regulation does is it doesn't ensure that you get low prices. What it ensures is that the price that you pay is absolutely the appropriate price. So it regulates how much profit those private entities can make. They can only make like an 8% return. It also ensures that there's sufficient investment going into the network itself over and above what those operating costs are, and that it's washing its face on that basis. It doesn't necessarily reduce the prices. What it does is make sure that there's not excessive gouging, because effectively what we're setting up here are monopolies, and the tendency of monopolies is to be inefficient and price gouge. Sorry, my assistant will be joining us.
Yes, excellent. Good morning. So my next question is, what do you make of the calls from some mayors around the South Island for us to push pause?
I go back to the comment I made around the history of water reform. What are we achieving with this pause? Do we then lose a historic opportunity to make a once in a several generation change and wait another several generations? Or do we kind of... Could you give me a little bit of a break and I'll come sort you out in 10 minutes?
I don't want to play.
Sorry about this. Okay. 10 minutes. Sorry about that. COVID has introduced all kinds of complications in my life. Is how I would look at this. And also the other thing is, quite frankly, I think we need to be circumspect of people's motivations in here, because local government has got a long history of opposing reform by asking for more time. And are we asking for more time, which is legitimate, and let's get into it? Or are we asking for more time because we just think we could just delay this and raise the political cost of it? Dan makes this point quite well, but, this change is coming. I think there's a broader context to also look at this. And that's within the context of the heads of agreement. If we're arguing for more powers, more role in well-being, more funding, et cetera, how we conduct ourselves in this Three Waters process is going to flow through into the future for local government discussion, the resource management discussion. If we're going to be resistant and dig our heels in and say that, absolute rules of the universe, such as economies of scale and cross-subsidization, don't work, and deny that gravity pulls down, well then how can we be regarded as credible players in other parts of this?
Thanks, Jason. Going on to Judine.
Yep, just really quick questions. So there's 21 councils in Entity C, but only 12 elected member representatives on the regional representation group. So how would that need for, a council to have their say at the regional representation or regional representative table be met when clearly you can't even get one from each council?
Well, I think because you have to think about the role of these regional representative groups differently than a traditional governance board structure. There will be a competency-based governance board who will be tasked with providing direction and strategic direction for the entities themselves. The role of this representative group is to produce a letter of intent or a statement of intent that will set out the standards that are appropriate and the high-level expectations of this group. It's not there to be that reflective of community preference at that local level. That's to be done through the planning process and the interface with the planning process. That's done at a way more operational interface than the role of these representative groups. So you probably can achieve it if you're having a strategic discussion by having a smaller representative group than if you wanted to get into that specific community advocacy on behalf of the interests of your community. That I think is better done in the planning interface than it does at these regional representative levels.
There's been a lot of talk about, the entities would be able to, do things at a more, I guess, commercially savvy level. How would the need, so for Port Nelson, Limited, for example, of course, they come under the Ports Act rather than, you know, being a standard CCO. And so a lot of our discussions with them are in confidential because of commercial sensitivities. So how will that balance be met between potential commercial sensitivities of these entities and the need to balance openness and accountability that councils normally provide the community?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. I guess if I can kick for touch and say that, well, that's one of the things that will have to be established on how we do this going forward. One of the things I know we don't want to do is stop councils from being active in the economic development space. You know, we've heard from other councils that they've provided water subsidies in order to get large manufacturing concerns into their district. We want to ensure that that's retained in the system, and then again striking that balance of what's commercially sensitive, what's appropriate to disclose to the public.
In the RIA, it identified 67 TLAs, 20 DHBs, 16 regional councils involved in water supply, but it also identified 15% were rural schemes and community supplies. But in this model, you know, if you can see it, that standard A3 summary, there is nothing that reflects those rural schemes or community supplies. So are they within our models, you know, the costs of them, the regulatory impacts of them, because they are potentially, all due deference to them, some of our dodgier schemes potentially.
Sorry.
Not personally, but as in, you know, nationally, you know, there's some greater variability in those rural and community schemes. So are they within these models?
So the answer is yes and no. Yes, they fall within the regulatory context where it's appropriate. So you would never, they would certainly fall within the drinking taumata otherwise water quality remit. So the water that they produce for drinking has to meet the drinking water standard. The ways of achieving it are different. They don't necessarily become obligations of councils on day one, all the water services entities, but were these schemes to fail, there is an obligation on the public water service provider in that area, whether that's councils now or these water services entities, to provide safe water to these communities. And that is a unquantified liability. One, because, you know, the water services bill is still working its way through the House, and we don't know for sure what the regulatory compromise will be on this, and also what safe water actually means. Does it mean you're trucking clean water every day, or does it mean you take over the network? But it is potentially a huge one if a whole bunch of private water providers go, bugger it, we've had enough, this can be the water services entity's problem.
Yep. And last question, it's really simple. In the Three Waters Guidance for Council document that was put out dated 30 July that we've been given for today's workshop. Yes. Yep. Most of the FAQs focus on the financial elements. And of course, you know, we heard earlier from Dan that actually, you know, we probably shouldn't be so hung up solely on that. And I do note that, you know, things like the privatisation safeguards, governance, accountability, reporting, the best document I found for information on those was the cabinet paper #2. And a lot of that wasn't reflected in there. Now, the average public person, and, you know, possibly not every councillor, is reading cabinet papers. So is some of that actually, you know, some of that information going to come up to the front more?
Look, we're certainly endeavouring to do that. For our part as LGNZ, we are trying to ramp up our sector up that sophistication curve. I would say that it's quite disparate. You know, there are, we were quite shocked that at our conference to find that some people were only tangentially aware that there was water reform on the cards. So, you know, we've got a lot of audiences and we're endeavouring to do our best.
Okay, thanks, Jason. Look, I'm really conscious of time. I'm going to go very quickly to Tim for a couple of short questions and answers, and then I'll just let Jason close off because I know you're really back to back today. And then the other questions we'll try and gather.
Thank you, Jason. I'll try to be quick here. Governance model, which is important for the public. It's a big part of it, probably more so than the financial aspect. Governance in regards to iwi. So we're talking, what if we've got partnership on the NCC. Is that correct in regards to saying 50% iwi will be as part of that partnership? and they have a right of veto, a term I've used, heard, I don't know if that's correct, that they'd have a veto at the table. Is that a fact that's going around?
Well, yes. So the first part of your answer to your first part of your question is yes. These representative boards would be made up of 50-50. That's the expectation. I think veto is not an appropriate term in this, because really the idea is about setting a strategic direction rather than facing decisions rather than engaging on a sequence of decisions on projects and operational performance, etc., etc. That is not the role of these regional representative groups. They are there to, and I'll share the slide if you just give me 1 second. Okay, presuming you guys can see that. Was that the wrong one?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I can.
Okay, can you see that?
See that?
Okay, great.
Oh, yeah.
So if you look on the right-hand side, and I'll see if I can zoom in on it.
Jason, you're showing us your diary.
Sorry, too many screens. Is that better?
That's better. That's correct.
Okay. And if I zoom in on this side of it, effectively the role of this board, of this representative group, is to establish strategic and performance expectations of these entities, craft that into a statement of intent, and in collaboration with key planning and strategic documents like regional policy statements, regional plans, district council plans, that then becomes the basis for directing these entities. So the actual representative group, which sits above here, smaller, no, I can't, but the group who sits above here is not engaged in that level of decision making. So it doesn't, a veto right doesn't really exist in this, or there's not a space for it. Certainly, you know, if you're getting a group of people together, there's always the room for disagreement, etc., etc. But the idea is around collaborative strategic direction.
So the iwi, non-iwi 50% share, that's based on strategy decision making, is it? Is what you're saying?
Yes, yes.
So iwi, and quickly, the other one is the size of our council or our asset, the value of our asset compared to Wellington. Does that mean we'll have a far smaller influence or representation on that board?
Look, I think the idea is to make all councils within a water services entity joint owners of equity. I don't think there's a hard decision on proportionality of it. I think the idea is to make it all even in a way, because there is no profit outcome in this. That's particularly relevant for Auckland and Entity A, where even if you threw Northland in it, 95% of the asset base would belong to Auckland Council anyway. So that's how they're really getting around this.
And very last quick question in regards to working out the land area, the boundary. I see there was an adjustment to sort of fit iwi borders. Why and how, and what was that about?
So there are two elements to that. One was the economic modelling, which showed what is the optimal size of the water services entity in terms of the population within it. And that number was between 700,000 and in the 800,000s. That's consistent with the international literature. And we did look at this thing from, you know, regional councils all the way up in every size of entity and worked it across the methodology, all of which is in the WICS phase 2 analysis. And so we knew broadly what the lumps were, how big they would have to be. And then we put over cultural factors like iwi boundaries, tribal boundaries, also corrected for some of the mistakes that we've done previously in the past, like used rivers as boundaries when in many respects, rivers are things that unite iwi. So, you know, those adjustments were made, and reflecting just some of the treaty landscape out there. So, you know, Ngāi Tahu were pretty explicit that they wanted greater say over their takiwa and not beyond it. So, I mean, this is the complex modern landscape that we live in New Zealand. And the water services entity boundaries reflect that.
Thanks,
Keep
Jason.
that
Look, I
sort
know
for now.
we've got lots of other questions, and I'm conscious I had a feeling we wouldn't get all of this done in one session, and I don't think we should try to. But look, I just want to leave you a chance to make some closing comments. And I guess one thing from me is I've got an inbox full of people wanting me to undertake a referendum. And I think probably a final comment would just be, I'm not sure that the other comment I've got would be that I've got an inbox saying this is the end of local government. So whether you're going to cover those off, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'll make a point too. Talking about a referendum, I'd just like to say one word: Brexit, and then emphasize how cautious we should be when using referenda to decide things like long-term, binding referenda to determine things like long-term infrastructure provision. There's a real risk for populism in that space. That said, there is a space for referenda and public consultation and all of those things. But what we really need to do is find out what that final product is that the government is actually proposing. So we need to get through the 8-week period. That feedback needs to be provided and absorbed, and the model adjusted so we know what the final thing is. And then you get to a point of, do we like this or don't we? One of the challenges with a referendum is, of course, you need a viable alternative, and it's very difficult. We haven't provided that viable alternative to create that A-B choice. On the last one, is this the end of local government? It's a very valid question. And one of the reasons we have the Future for Local Government process going on, because at the beginning of this, there was no future for local government. And one of the first questions we raised, because we knew it would be, is if you take a third of the balance sheet away, do you cripple local government and make us a rounding error for roads, and then it's just libraries and rubbish? Not to say that those things aren't important. And we as LGNZ advocated very strongly for that Future for Local Government process to be on the cards, and for the panel to be a robust panel and to have a very wide scope. So yes, we have got the cart before the horse, but quite frankly, we've both got a cart and a horse and not just one without the other. And I would say that the value of local government is increasingly being appreciated by central government, both largely because councils have been more effective in telling central government, and LGNZ has been complementing that work. And that's reflected in the heads of agreement, where I've never seen that level of commitment to working together in a formal structure like that in the 30 years of local government legislation and history that I'm very familiar with.
Thanks, Jason. Look, I'm really conscious you've got huge time constraints today, but thank you so much for being with us.
Madam Mayor, with the greatest of respect, I must express my disappointment at not being able to ask Jason any questions, yet he's just answered another three from yourself. This is the first, Jason, workshop we've had on this topic, and we do have questions, and dialogue is absolutely essential, particularly from local government. We're carrying the can for it at the moment. So I just want to express my disappointment.
Absolutely, Councillor Courtney. So what I'm really keen to try and get Jason back again. I just thought there'll be no chance of us doing this in one day, but I'm also conscious there are councils all around the country waiting for the part that you have had. We haven't got it all through, but Jason, he needs to go and have a 5-minute break before he gets on to the next thing. So Jason, thank you so much, and we'll try and get you back. I know that that's a huge pressure on you at the moment, but we'll gather up the questions and work out how we're going to do that. So thanks again.
Happy to come back, and thanks for your time.
Okay. So what we'll do is, look, I think what would be useful, do you guys want to have just a quick 5-minute bio break, grab a cup of tea and come back? So, and then what we'll do is we've got some, is Dan still with us? Dan, where are you, Dan? Yep. Yeah, Dan is still with us. And we might come back.
Stay for about another 10 minutes, Rachel.
Okay, okay, all right. Well, look, maybe what we'll do is we'll just stay put for a moment. And Dan, there was a question about the Hawke's Bay model, so I wanted to bring that to you. So maybe we do that, and then we'll take the break.
Yeah, I can deal with that pretty quickly. So that was the 5 councils. The regional council wanted to be involved, even though they didn't have the assets in the Hawke's Bay. And the conclusion there was that the best option would have been a asset owning CCO, which is pretty similar to what the government's proposed in many respects. But that model needed legislative change to the existing CCO legislation to make it work. So at that point, the government was supportive and said, if you get to a place where everyone will agree, then we can change legislation. But the reforms have come over the top of that. So all of the same issues needed to be resolved. How do you represent council's issues? How does accountability work? How do you prioritise investment? All of that stuff. So it's probably old technology, let's call it.
Okay, cool. All right. Okay, but the same issues, essentially the same issues are there. And I was looking through that process. All right. So will we take a quick break and thumbs up around that? 5-10 minutes now. Yep. Okay. Fine. We'll just go a quick 5 minutes because we've still got quite a bit to get through. And well, actually, no, make it 10 minutes. 10 minutes, and then we're back at 11:50, and then we've got till 12:30, I think, on this session. Okay. Cheers. Okay, it looks like most people are just about back. It's great. So look, I'll just go back to the questions, and I want to see if we can just capture the questions today. We won't, if we don't have the answers, we'll make sure we get those answers. But as I said before, thanks for the positive feedback about today's workshop. So we'll just in terms of workshops, as we go through, so we'll come back into questions. We've gone through the workshop, the first one at, so LGNZ's, both through LGNZ and DIA, there have been a round of workshops within the region. The first one was at Trailways, and so we had the one at Trailways with all the three top of the South councils. And can you just, if you went to that, it was an invitation to everybody to attend that one. Who attended that? Oh, Rohan, yep, quite a few of us were at that one, yep. And then we had another one at, we had one out at Te Hunanui. That was a big one out there. So who attended that one? Okay, so there've been quite a few. So if you've missed those workshops and you want to see the summary material from those, we could probably dig them up, but we've had those ones and then various briefings. It also attending, there's been quite a lot of webinars that have been held by LGNZ, and I think we've got another one on Friday. Trudy mentioned those before, so I know she's been either attending those or watching those later. So I just really encourage you to do that. There's quite a lot of info in there, and you can put your questions up in the chat box through those processes, and they then get circulated around. So if anyone's having difficulty finding those links and other things, then if you could, I'll just see who's co-hosting today. I'm going to ask if and just Jessica can come online and go absolutely no, but if anyone's having trouble finding information at the moment, Jessica, can you be my points person for that? Is that all right? Oopsies.
Yep, I can do that.
Oh, you're a star. Thank you very much. That's great. Okay, so we'll go back to the questions. So Mel, you're next up, and then I've got Brian, Rohan, Trudy, I think in that order. And we'll try, and I think Dan's headed off, isn't he? He had to get off to another meeting, but we'll do our best. And Pat, you can, if they're technical type questions, that we'll certainly feed them back to you, and between us we'll do our best to sort of either gather them up or frame them up. And then Pat just wants to spend some time just thinking about for the next step. So he's asked for, how long do you need? Maybe pretty tight on time, 5 minutes? Okay, just to run through at the end. So Mel, you're first up.
Thank you, Rachel, for that. And co-ownership was the one that Jason mentioned here that, and you'll collectively be able to help me with this probably. We won't have ownership rights. Now, that's what he said, and I wrote that down. So I wanted to sort of get him to expand on that for me. Could anyone else enlighten me? I know we're looking at moving into a company structure, and I'm on top of all of that, but the ownership rights, we relinquish those, don't we, when we go into the company? Is that what he was saying?
As I understand it, that given the process, it's a process, a little backtrack. So the process for, if the government decides to proceed with this reform, they're going to have to draft legislation. So they'll have to draft legislation and go through all the steps around select committees and all the process, Mel, that you're very familiar with. So as I understand it, the legislation would name all of the councils as the owners of the entity. So we would be in there as a named owner of the entity as part of of statutory entities. The iwi, the representation group, so the governance representation group, is not reflective of owners. So that is so the owners are named, and the iwi, so there isn't a ownership of the entities for iwi, as has been explained to me. So Pat, you let me know if I've got this wrong, but the named owners are the councils. Yep, he's putting a thumbs up. But we'll get some more detail on that, Mel, too. Something is more coherent than what I've just said.
No, that was a help, but I sort of, I'm not sure whether I've written down my point of view there or his, but I'm sure it was Jason's where he said you won't have ownership rights, but, and I've got my but here, and I didn't finish it. So
not in a shareholders right. So what he's talking about, it's not like you're a shareholder, so you don't have an ownership right and equity. You have an ownership of the entities in statute.
Yep, that's it.
One of the things they've been trying to do is make sure that the water service entities' debt doesn't come back onto our balance sheet or be seen by Standard & Poor's as part of our group debt. So they've been working through different ownership and governance arrangements with Standard & Poor to make sure they had one that has the ability for these entities for their debt to be carried on its own and not tripped back. So that's why is where we would be named as an owner by statute, and then there'd be a co-governance arrangement with iwi, but iwi would not be owners. It will be co-governance. But then you can see that the regional representation group appoints us, sets that strategic direction, but appoints a selection panel, and that selection panel then appoints the board. It's quite a convoluted process, and that's one of the things that the steering group, Three Water Steering Group, is pushing back on. Surely we can make it simpler than that.
Yeah,
but it is very convoluted.
Yes, it is. I might go all over the shop if you just indulge. I'll only ask about 2 or 3. Picking up on that, what does this do if we're, I think it was, it might not have been Jason, it might have been, what was his name? Dan, was it?
Dan.
He mentioned, you know, a third of our assets will be going from the books of the council. What does that do to our credit rating for the future?
So I don't know if Nikki's still here. She's not, but she is. But so Nikki will appear, but I'll give my view and then Nikki can correct me. But our debt to revenue ratio improves, and that's one of the things that Standard & Poor's take a close look at. So I don't think it would do any harm to our credit rating. But Nikki, do you want to pitch in there, please?
No, so I think you're correct, Pat. I don't think it will do any harm at all. I mean, they rate us on that, but there are like a whole lot of metrics in terms of, you know, that's just one of the metrics, but I don't think it would harm us in any way because our ratios actually improve.
Thanks, Nikki. That was just off, and Pat, that was just off the top of my head. But
so Mel, can I just Mel, can I just add to that answer as well? I think that's one of the areas that I think if the government decide, you know, if they're going to proceed with that, then that's because the intention is that no council is worse off. And having the credit rating is important to our borrowing capacity. So that's one of the due diligence aspects that I'd want to be really, you know, I want to have that looked at as part of that process as we went through.
Thank you. And help me with this too. Did he say, I think it was Dan again, did he say, because I've written it down here, the deal is least advantageous, the Three Waters is least advantageous for Nelson, along with Napier?
Yes, that's quite correct. If you look at the figures for the other councils in New Zealand, I think our number at about 2,300 is, I think, the second lowest in New Zealand if we stand alone. I think Watercare is the least, then us. Then there's a group of councils very similar to us, like Napier, ones with pretty compact urban areas that can achieve economies of scale. And then the numbers go right out well above $8,000 and that's almost all the, well, it's invariably rural councils with dispersed population that needs to be served with water and wastewater services. But the point that they're making is that even Watercare is better off in this arrangement with more ability to borrow money and better access to debt than being out of it, as would we. But yes, as I've said before, you know, the national case for change is strong. It's still there for Nelson, but nowhere near as strong.
No, you know, I'm pleased to hear that because I'm not alone, I'm sure I can't be. I've always been so proud of our water assets, so proud, going right back to the early 80s. And I feel the community is too. So all of a sudden we're having this wave of criticism, and I'm just so relieved to know it's not directly directed at us, simply because we've been running the ship properly. And that gives me a high level of comfort, to be perfectly honest with you. That's buoyed me up this morning. Surprise, surprise. Look, there are a whole host of other bits and pieces here, but efficiency, and I was dying to get someone to develop for me the 9,000 jobs, because I can see jobs evaporating here at Nelson City Council, which is not good. So you better talk to me about that, Pat, because I see a third of our infrastructure going, and if it is a third, if that's correct, please. There's job losses there. I think there'll be a thinning of councils. There'll be salary readjusting and salaries readjusted and those sort of things. Would you like to run on that for a minute?
So the approach that's going to be taken is, and I think this has now been confirmed, it has been confirmed by Cabinet, is that anyone who is working substantially on three waters, and I think the rough guideline is 80% of their time on three waters, will transfer automatically across to the new entity on terms and conditions, generally no less than what they've got at present. And at the day they start, they will start work in their current location. Obviously not in the same office, but yes, there would be staff transfer out, and there would be others that may choose to move across as well. But the logic is that, yes, they may not be working for the Nelson City Council, but one of the advantages of being in Area C is with Cook Strait between us and the rest of Entity C, there's going to be a need for some strong regional presence, and certainly in Nelson Tasman. But what they're basing it on is they're going to be doing a whole lot more than we're doing at the moment. So there's going to be more asset management staff, more modelling work done, certainly more consultants to design things and contractors to build them. So they may not be working for the Nelson City Council or the Tasman District Council, but they will be working in the water industry, and that's been the experience in Scotland.
Lastly, thank you so much. Lastly, I just want to say that I feel that, and I think Jason admitted this, that the government has dropped the ball, no question about it, on the communication with the community. And they are anxious about the centralisation of NMIT and health and now the three waters and these sort of matters. So we expected Rachel to pick up the ball and sort of try and do the government's job here, or are you going to let them just drift on and hopefully hope above hope that they do a much better job?
You're on mute, Rachel.
I'm on mute, apologies, thanks, Pat. Just going back to the last question, Mel, I will get Jessica to find you the webinar where the independent peer reviewers of the process went through. There's a very good webinar both from Whare and from Becca. And those are really helpful, those webinars, because they talk through the issue of the workforce in New Zealand and the risks that we're facing at the moment. So we have, as due respect to every Three Waters Nelson City Council employee who's on this call, overall in a New Zealand context, the average age of our workforce is quite high, and one of the risk factors that we have. So we have a supply issue at the moment. One of the outcomes of the water reform process is to actually create career paths and actually encourage people to come into the process. And if you listen to that webinar, and we'll find you the link for that, you'll hear from Becca and talking through why that is really important in terms of what we're doing. So there are some other benefits that come in terms of creating a workforce actually that is fit for the changes that we're going to see. So I think the important part that Pat talked about was as part of the input from local government to the elements of design Jason talked about, one of the very big issues that was addressed was around workforce security and making sure that people stayed in communities. So there is, no matter where you are in New Zealand, if you have Three Waters employees at the moment, they will be able to stay within the same location. So as Pat said, they'll work for a different entity, but they'll still be within our community. I think the other element of that, it's not just our employees, but it's also the contractors. And I had a good look at the comments from the Civil Contractors New Zealand and Peter Silcock's comments as the CE of that organisation, talking about why they felt that this was, we really had to make something has to change from the status quo and how that organisation would fit in with the reform. So there was that one. Now the second one was around the government, something about the government. I didn't quite get that one, Mel. But sorry to ask you to repeat.
No drama. Are we supposed to pick up the ball they've dropped and try and do some repair work here or some sales pitches here? Or what are we supposed to do in this regard? Because I'm inundated with, I mean, I wouldn't dare tell you how many emails I've had on this subject. And I'm diligently trying to take some middle ground and to sort of bat off this particular staunch approach at one end and the other end. Oh, by the way, I wanted to tell Jason that I got something the other day. The ACT Party has put out an alternative. You know how Jason said there was no alternatives on the table? Someone sent me the ACT Party's policy on the Three Waters. So I just leave that for you, Rachel and Pat, to...
Right, well, we'll make sure that we send I'm sure Jason will have looked at the ACT Party's policies, but we'll ask him to just, if he's got any comments on that one. In terms of the government's, what our role is, our role over this 8 weeks is to do what we're doing now, which is to break down as much as we have on the proposal, how that relates to Nelson, form up the questions that we have, and I want to come back to the questions around how do we influence the infrastructure program that we need for our region. So I do want to talk about that. In terms of addressing the gaps that are in the communications that are coming on this proposal, I think Jason was very upfront before about our views, or in my view, personal view, and I've communicated that as well around the advertising campaign and the lack of substance to it. We have been given assurances that that will be addressed. It's retrospective, which is never ideal, but it is not our role as a council to promote the government's, and we're not being asked to do that, to promote the government's proposal. What we're doing is we need to respond to that and analyse it and see where we think, yep, okay, if we think as Dan said to us, look, the numbers aren't the place he would focus on, that's his advice, we can consider his advice around that. And then where are the elements that we still think need some work? And I'm guided by the heads of agreement that LGNZ has signed with the government, where there were those three elements carved out, and they really are around that community voice, around the influence over the planning and making sure how do you get your planning lined up, and making sure the governance model works well for us. So that's the kind of areas I think I see this, we need to be feeding back. What would be a better way of approaching those, or why this isn't clear enough? That's my personal view. Right, I'll move. Any other questions, Mel? At this stage, or Brian?
No, they're not of major matter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Across to Brian. Oh, I think you might be on mute, Brian.
There we go. Thought I'd do that. My questions are a couple of questions. One is focused on the third water, stormwater, because the other sort of the debate seems to be dominated by sort of the more capital intensive projects, the drinking water supply and wastewater plants. But in stormwater, I'm just trying to get an understanding of how that that would link back into some of our sort of existing roles in terms of the roading network. Things like parks and reserves and recreational areas and community infrastructure, because a lot of the stuff is relating to things like flood protection and infiltration, inundation. and discharges to the freshwater and the marine environment. So I'm just trying to get my head around how that the stormwater element will relate to sort of the other parts of the our activities. So that's probably a question I have. And then that takes me on to things like sort of analogies been drawn with Waka Kotahi, with they've got the tensions around the revenue stream in terms of fuel taxes and so forth, and delivering for the local priority projects, because there's a gap there. And I just wonder sometimes how to make sure that our priorities are the ones that are sort of get the significant elevation, so they're actually done, not just pushed down the road a wee bit. So they're just some thoughts around some sort of gaps and trying to understand, because I think there's some analogies with what Waka Kotahi does. It's got a board that makes investment decisions. They have constraints around the funding streams or revenue streams, and they're making sort of end up with compromises.
Go to Pep for those ones.
I suppose and the other one, just picking up on what Pat and Mel were talking about before, isn't it a case that we can build up with Entity C, sort of a decentralised management structure or government structure, where where Nelson has actually placed sort of a regional or a major regional centre in terms of delivery of the three waters across the the top of the south. At least it retains the expertise and the intellectual capital that we've already got across within the region.
So maybe if I work backwards through those questions, so we did suggest that perhaps the legislation should specify officers for, say, the first 10 years or something like that, but the government was very reluctant to put those sort of constraints on the organisation. So what we've managed to negotiate is the best we're going to get. And look, some of those conversations, particularly about how a management structure would be and where the officers will be, is a sort of thing that once Entity C gets stood up in some sort of form, we can have those discussions and make a case for a strong regional presence, because I think the top of the south would benefit from that. And that's one of the reasons we're pushing hard, that if the answer to this is yes, that as quickly as they can, they set up an interim board and appoint an interim CE and start appointing staff below that. And realistically, if this organisation was going to start running on 1 July, staff are probably going to be dropping into that organisation 9 to 12 months in advance to start getting the systems and the thinking in place. So going back to the next one was Waka Kotahi and the issues they're having. So one of the differences here is Waka Kotahi has an allocated revenue stream and is solely reliant on that revenue stream, has very little ability to control it, and they're also trying to spread their funding across all of New Zealand. So this water services entity would be smaller scale, 1 million people, as opposed to the 5 million that Waka Kotahi deals with, and will have control of its own revenue streams. Obviously, it's going to have to make the case to the economic regulator about its charges and its efficiencies, but we expect that it's going to be sending water bills and wastewater bills to all its customers, and most likely stormwater bills as well. So it has its own work program after consultation with customers and the councillors, and charge accordingly. And the other thing is Waka Kotahi can't borrow money. It's allowed a $250 million overdraft, but can't borrow long term, whereas these organisations will operate more like councils and will be able to use a mixture of debt and operating revenue. So we certainly think that these entities will be in a better place in terms of their ability to manage their own destiny in terms of financial control and be more responsive than Waka Kotahi is. In terms of stormwater, now this is an interesting issue, because the thinking at the moment is that urban stormwater would go with the water services entity, and rural stormwater, which usually is the regional council role, will stay with the regional council. Of course, we've completely blurred that, and it's working really well for us. And it's one of the areas that I think that, and we have had a meeting with DIA officials about this, our staff and one of theirs, to talk about how we operate and how it's so effective, and how it could potentially get unpicked a little bit if this water services entity is set up to run stormwater. But we're not getting any answers on that yet. So it is an issue that I think we should be saying we want to know more about. What I would also like to know is, so how does this mesh in with the work we're doing on flood protection, river modelling, sea level rise, coastal inundation, where we're treating all of that as one entity. But you could see that the modelling that Toby and Damien produced, which talks about the Maitai River. So would that be a rural river? And then they talk about the flooding from York Stream. Well, that would be an urban stream. And then the sea level rise, who's doing that piece? And we don't know the answers, and we need to know them before we can make really any big decisions about stormwater. So I'm afraid I can't give you very, very good answers there, Brian, because I don't know. I do know that I think the expectation is that the roading authority would still control the road and its sumps. I think from that point on would be the water services entity. I know that we have some of our detention dams in our reserves. I think the intention is that they would look at what the primary purpose of that reserve was. I mean, if it's a park 99.9% of the time, then that's where it would stay. But there would be an MOU or a service level agreement with a water services entity that said, but it is acknowledged that it's also a retention basin and needs to serve that purpose as well. So again, once the entity was stood up, there would be an awful lot of detailed work and analysis to understand how that might operate. The other challenge we have is we also do a lot of stream enhancement work through the city, and that's being led out of the environmental management team and doing a great job. How does that blend in with the water services entity? So there's water and wastewater are simple by comparison. Stormwater gets very complicated. But the other thing that Dan touched on is stormwater quality is going to start to become a bigger issue. I think that first of all, these entities will make sure they're on top of water quality, and then they're going to be starting to look at wastewater quality and then stormwater quality. And the phrase that's been used is most councils have been focusing on quantity, on getting the stuff to the coast at the moment. And now there's going to be much more of a focus on quality as well. And you're seeing that with the work we're doing at the Centennial Park pump station, improving the quality of the discharge there. And we've talked about that could be a pilot for what's needed for the rest of the city. So there is the world is going to change in that stormwater space as well, but huge amount of uncertainty, and we haven't had the answers.
Thanks, Pete. I'm going to round that up at the moment. Look, it's a very live discussion as we've got the regional sector meeting on Friday, and obviously that interface between stormwater, environmental management and flood protection is very live. So I think there's some technical work that's still very ongoing. Brian, any other questions? I'm conscious, Rohan. I've got Rohan, Trudy.
Let others have a go.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Rohan.
Brian asked my one around stormwater, although I just also flagged that relationship with planning regulations and site coverage and permeable surfaces. Thinking obviously in the development of our infrastructure AMPs, we've focused a lot on aligning our work programs so that when we're going in to do significant three waters upgrades, we're also doing roading upgrades. Do we have any indication of what this new model would look like in terms of who's setting the timelines for when things will get upgraded? Are we going to be sort of following behind at the behest of a new Three Waters entity, sort of having to scurry in and try and do some, particularly around transport changes, or will we be setting the sort of lead there, I guess?
I think, Rohan, the answer on that one is, and I'll go to Pete as well, is that essentially in Jason's flagged it a little bit before, this is where the planning function becomes so important. I think so you're identifying is that we maintain our role as the plan makers, and the entities need to be the plan deliverers. And it's going to require, I think what it's going to require for us is a longer term focus around sticking to our plans for this to work. Because one of the reasons why we have not delivered on things is because we stop and start, and that's at a local council level. We want to do things, we don't have the financial capacity, we put things to one side, and we have a planning system actually that is fairly clunky at the moment. So there's a big interface at the moment between what is the actual planning system going to look like for, and we've got a reform space happening there. That's probably we should be spending quite a bit of our time at the moment, actually putting some pressure on controlling, giving that control, and then lining up the plan making and delivering up that plan. So I think the thing that and I think that's really important in terms of we want to know that, and we want to know how that's going to work. I think that's absolutely critical. And Pat, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but that to me is one of the big questions that we need to be feeding back now, try to get those answers.
So I think that's at the higher strategic level and prioritization, but from an operational viewpoint, we'll still be the road controlling authority. So just like if anyone wants to lay a new power cable or a fiber optic cable in the road corridor, they have to apply to the council so that we'll still know what's planning to happen. And what I expect is that there will be planning meetings between the water services entity and the council and the power company and the fiber optic companies to talk about what's planned and try and coordinate. And I imagine sometimes if we want to upgrade a road, we may say, you're going to have to bring some of your investment forward. And sometimes they may be the same for us. They may say, look, you need to bring your resurfacing of that road forward because we want to dig or defer a road resurfacing because we have plans to put a big pipe on that road in the next couple of years. I mean, these are issues that Watercare and Auckland Transport deal with on a daily basis. And in Wellington Water deals with each of the local councils on how they manage their roading. So there are systems in place, and this will be part of the operating agreements we would set up with this water services entity as soon as it got in place.
Okay. Yeah, I guess even with that, I guess I'm wondering, obviously we'll be, in relation to that entity, a sort of a smaller part of their wider WICS program. Would there be anything just to say, we said, look, we want to, or we are going to upgrade this road, we'd like you to bring forward your upgrades. Surely with the scale that they'll be operating on, they could just say, no, thank you, it's not a priority for us. And then at that sort of customer end, you get a road being dug up twice, even if it's within a sort of 5-year or decade-long time frame. That's quite significant disruption. Is there a potential that could happen?
There is a potential, yes, but if that starts happening on a consistent basis, then that's the sort of thing that would get escalated very quickly to the what's it called, the regional representation group, and provide feedback to the board of directors. But the other thing is, it's in their interests. I mean, if they can coincide putting a big service in a road and then just have to patch it, and we come across and do the complete reseal, then they're saving money. That's one of the reasons. There's two reasons we do it. One is to reduce inconvenience to our customers, but also because it just makes good business sense. So I expect that they will be looking to take that sort of approach. I mean, sometimes there'll be an emergency. Something will go wrong, and they're going to have to dig up a brand new road. But that's a risk we run every day at any rate.
And then just onto more of the sort of regulatory side. Obviously, right now we're in the process of the creation or the redoing our wastewater and water supply bylaws. What is that sort of what's the future of those bylaws under this reform?
I don't know. I think that they'll be good to 30th of June 2024, and then I expect that if these entities we set up by legislation, that legislation is going to have to provide some of the protection that we're providing through the bylaw through that legislation or regulations that are set under that legislation. But that's my expectation. But yeah, having seen that, that was my very first thought as I was reading the draft reports. Did we need to do this? But yes, we do. But what's their life going to be? Probably not very long. Not if this change goes through.
So if the change goes through, where would those function? Do we have any indication of where those functions would move to? Would it be this new entity is creating their own? Where would those functions then sit?
Well, that's the other thing you've segued onto very nicely that I am probably even more concerned about is our water supply catchments. Before we had treatment plants, they were run. There was a very tight ship. They were run by the engineering section to protect water quality. And when we put in the water treatment plant, management of those transferred across to the parks team, and they became the playground of Nelsonians. As long as the rule was, you can look at the water but don't touch. I think it'll be critical that those catchment assets do not transfer across and sit with us. So that's another conversation that needs to be had with this entity as it starts to get set up, and maybe even during the drafting of the legislation about how we retain ownership of those catchments, but their water supply purposes are protected. But I mean, this isn't new. I mean, I think the Auckland Council and the Hanua Ranges, they get a lot of water from there, and they are used for recreational purposes. We just need to make sure that is not something that's overlooked. But I think it's one of the biggest issues that we need to watch out for through this reform process. And then just finally,
Rohan, I'll just add to that, lads, to just your question before, because I guess the point of, and we probably need to spend a session on taumata arawai and understanding the role of taumata arawai. Obviously, we're waiting to see for the final decisions on that legislation, but in terms of who is likely to be who is going to be doing this, setting the standards, I think that's probably where you should be looking. That'll be where most likely they'll be sitting in that space. So that'll be, and that was a conversation before around the regulation isn't designed to be, you get to the point where you're not complying and therefore the stick comes out. The point is, here is what the expectation is, and you design and your performance standards are set there, and they'll be set for the water entities very much through that space, and then compliance will be through regional and unitary councils.
Thanks. And then just finally, because it is one of those things that I think has been popping up and some of the concern around this or confusion is what is the purpose of the independent selection panel, and what's the thinking behind having that very much arm's length approach to the governance of any new entity?
It's the issue around, we touched on a little bit earlier on, and this is one of the pieces again that's reserved out for some further work, and I'm doing a workshop session this afternoon on that one for LGNZ. So this is getting the balance sheet separation. So this is the conversation around how you create that borrowing capacity, ability to borrow. So you saw that, this in Dan's, one of Dan's slides, he talked about, the pretty phenomenal gap that we've got in terms of investment in infrastructure. And at the moment, councils, are typically around, borrowing, 2.5 times. The entities will be able to get up to 8 times. And that's part of the reason they're able to do that is because you're able to get them off balance sheet as part of the group. But the steps around that, there's going to be some real testing of, how far and how convoluted does that have to be to still create the balance sheet separation that will satisfy the rating agencies. So that's the sort of, the steps around the representative group. And I think the other part the minister's come back with is said she's interested in what models might be proposed across New Zealand. So she's there has to be, if there are some reasons why an entity would have different elements to its representative group, then she wants to hear about that. Pat, do you want anything to that one? All good? Okay. So we've got quite a list of other people here with questions. So it's really up to you guys as to whether you want to spend another, I'm conscious that you'll all have other things to do. We could have another 15 minutes if you wanted to do that and try and round out the questions, or I can gather up all the questions today and we can come back by email or put another time frame. Who's got another 15 minutes available and wants to keep going?
I can, but if we don't get it done, I'm happy to hear the questions.
Right. Well, let's do that because we're recording this. So what we'll do is, and if you need to drop off, you can drop off. Pat, are you okay? Because I'm going to need you on this bit for another 15 minutes. Or are you done and dusted? Oh, you're on mute, Pat. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm good for another 15 minutes. Then I've got to go and get a COVID shot. So that's it. There's a.
Oh, okay, very important.
Hard end for me.
Okay. Trudy's up next.
Okay. I've got basically 3 questions, but one clarification just on Rohan's question. So when we look at that environment and the reserves and the parks that have the detention ponds, so that conversation and that process is still going to cover accessibility by our citizens. Is that what that's going to cover off as well?
Yes. The intention would be that we would still have access to those reserves. The intention would be that most of them, virtually all of them, would stay within our ownership and our management. We just wouldn't be allowed to do something that reduced their ability to act as a detention pond.
Okay.
Yes, that's certainly the purpose.
And that's right. So my other question, one was for Nikki, one was just coming back to what Pat was saying before. I just want to get that clarified too, if that's what he was meaning about the legislation, about the entities not getting dismantled and then putting pressure back on to councils taking back those assets at a higher rate than what we've transferred them across. I'm just trying to understand if that was part of what Pat was talking about before about the legislation and the things put in place so that it has that future protection for the ratepayers, but also for council not having to buy back those assets.
Oh, no, sorry. What I said was so that there is balance sheet separation. So if we have a shareholding in an asset and have the ability to control it, then the debt shows on our group balance sheet. If you look on our annual report, there's the council's debt and there's group debt. It's critical that these water services entities do not show in our group debt, or it's going to wreck our debt to revenue ratios and defeat the purpose of trying to set them up. So no, it wasn't about bringing the assets back. It was simply making sure that each year the debt doesn't have to be accounted for in our annual report.
Okay,
that's what I was saying.
Yeah, no, that's right. I understand that. So if a future government then decides to dismantle those water entities, that still can end up back on our books, and we could end up paying a greater rate than what we currently have. So that's still a vulnerability with future politics, or is a legislation going to get set up to protect that? I'm asking Pat and Rachel because you're on the steering committee.
Okay. Well, I guess the legislation is, we've been, if the legislation is going to be drafted as described, there are some changes to the structure of the entities are controlled apart by the councils that are the owners of the entities, the governance structure and the community. So there's processes where you need a sort of 75% support from all three to make changes to that. But whether a future government would come in and pull all this apart and then sort of by legislation return assets and debt allocations to individual councils, I suppose, governments can change legislation, but they'd have to have a regulatory impact statement and enough of a reason to do that. So you'd go, what would cause them to do that? And they'd want to. You have to work on the basis that you have to, on a good faith basis, that governments actually want to take actions that they believe to be in the best interest of the country. So they'd have to make a case as to why that was in the best interest to do that. There are still checks and balances within our parliamentary system, but I think I'm trying to imagine why they would choose to do that. If they felt this was failing for some reason, like the price was going too high, well, they're going to have an economic regulator sitting in this model. So, you know, I guess they've got the economic regulator to control that. If they felt the environmental outcomes were not working, then there's an environmental regulator. So I guess anything's possible, Trudy, but I guess that's the case now. I mean, governments could decide that prisons were no longer their thing and they're going to make them our responsibility. But I don't really know how to answer that question, other than I think there are enough checks and balances around, and both good faith in terms of what the community's view were on that. It would be a pretty.
Oh, that's right. I was just after some reassurance that that had had a discussion or was on the table as a risk going forward in the future. My other thing is back to probably Pat and Rachel, because you're on the steering committee, just something that came up before with both Dan and Jason. So did the steering committee know that the minister or the government would have expected them to come forward with a different model prior to now? Because it came out through Jason and that if a council wanted to put forward a different model, we should have already had it put forward by now. So did that come through the discussion with the steering committee? And is that why the steering committee settled on this model, because it had been tire kicked to the level that it has, or had the steering committee looked at other models and felt they weren't as robust?
The steering committee's looked at over 20 different configurations, I think, of what could happen. So I think what Jason, in the sense of it's not almost like individual councils to come forward to go, I've got a better model, because I think one of the things that in the analysis, that scale issue that Jason talked about 700,000 to 800,000 people, is kind of, you push that around, and initially that was really pushed around to go, oh, come on, you must be able to get gains at 150,000, and you can get some at 150, but you can't, you know, but certainly there's a kind of a sweet spot in terms of population base. There is, and I actually went back to the local government conference, because I sort of picked up the commentary around, oh, this is all new, and you know, we haven't had time to look at this. And actually I went back to the minister's speech at some of you might have been at that, the 2018 conference in Christchurch, and the minister then laid out in her speech that, you know, that this was time to get on with this work, and she was doing it partly off the back of you know, of pressure to say from the community and councils and a government, come on, get on and get some stuff done. So I think there's been enough time for, if there was either, you know, and maybe the ACT Party's come up with something, Councillor Courtney's mentioned that, you know, and that needs to be looked at if they've got something that's looking like it's worthy of consideration. But I think there's been plenty of time to bring those things through. Trudy, this council has looked at, we've done some work with PwC, wasn't it, Pat, I think, to look at whether we could could we work with Nelson, Melbourne, Tasman together on that model. And so we have done some looking at that, and we sort of haven't been doing nothing. But I think I don't think there's a kind of been any barrier to councils around the country stepping forward. In fact, Minister Mahuta was pretty upfront about she wanted to see that stuff. So Pat, do you want to comment?
So right at the start of the process, we did suggest, what about subsidies? What about a system like you've got with Waka Kotahi? Why can't we get taxpayer dollars? And bear in mind, although this is a joint working party, as I think it was Jason talked about, there's always a senior partner in these relationships. There's one group that gets to write laws and the other one gets to implement them. So it was made pretty clear that taxpayer dollars were not going to be a long-term sustainable option. That was just going to be too expensive and didn't solve the problem. And bear in mind, as Rachel said, this is not something new. You know, local government has been talking for some time about, we need a new model, that the current way of funding delivery of some of our key services is getting to be unsustainable. So in some ways, we have actually asked the government to come up with a solution. And I'd need to revisit the Havelock North report, but I think it also talked about, ownership, different delivery models as well. So once those were ruled out, then when you look at the European Union and the UK and Scotland, and Australia for that matter, bigger is becoming more common, and that's where the discussion has been. And we've looked at different size models, we've talked about why Scottish Water ended up with one, and as opposed to the three that they were aiming for, and so DIA and their staff have been working very hard to understand what's been happening in the rest of the world and come up with this model. But it wasn't dumped on us. There's been a progressive, this is the path we're going down. But also at the same time, we've been having meetings with the CE of Taumata Arawai, Bill Bayfield, who's been talking about their thinking and what that's going to mean to the operating world for local government. So it's been a steady movement down this path, and there's been plenty of chances for us to ask questions and challenge assumptions and ask for other models to be developed. But really, we haven't come up with anything different than what's been proposed. That's where we've got to. And I guess the crunch of it is these models are proven to work in other parts of the world.
That's okay, because I just sort of had some feedback, I suppose you call it, from the public, and that the perception by having both the Mayor and the CE on the steering committee that we are basically fait accompli, that this is the model that we would follow. Otherwise, other councils or the rest of New Zealand wouldn't buy into it, because if our own Mayor and CE and this council doesn't buy into it being on the steering committee, then there's no integrity in that system. So I'm just putting that there because that's some of the feedback that I've been getting, that we've sort of been, I don't know, cattle down a certain track, going onto the cattle track, I suppose, because the both of you being on that steering committee. So it sort of, seemed that we would lose face if we didn't sign up to that model. But my other question is actually for Nick.
I just want to respond to that. I do, and I think I want to respond. I think Pat will too. So you used the word integrity. So I'm there as, in fact, I didn't know Pat was going to be on the steering group. He didn't know I was going to be on the steering group. I was asked to participate by Local Government New Zealand, and to bring my knowledge that I have into that process. But we're there to, on behalf of those two, and Pat's there on behalf of Kaitoura. So we're there to bring actually to test for the whole of New Zealand what the issues are as part of the steering group process. We're not there as representatives of Nelson City Council. That's not what our role is. When we come back to this place, and you heard me say before, I can see that in terms of the beneficial interest on a straight economic basis, that yes, Nelson benefits, but there are councils around the country that benefit a whole lot more. And I think that's just the sense check. And I just want to go across to Pat, because what I'd say to you is that having this system that we've had this time, where chief executives and mayors have been able to get at the front end of draft legislation and draft cabinet papers, that, as Jason said, he's never seen that before, having that opportunity to bring the voice of local government to the table. But we bring the voice of local government from our respective roles. We don't go in there to argue what's the best case for Nelson City Council. That's just not what we're able to do. Pat?
Yeah, so I was approached by Taitoura, which is the Society of Local Government Managers, because I'm a chief executive and because of my background in Three Waters. And if I thought that we were heading down a path that I genuinely didn't agree with, then I would resign from I would resign from that organisation. And I have to say that if I'm unhappy with something that committee is working on or talking about, then there is no doubt that I tell them. I mean, I've had conversations with other CEs who have read a paper and thought, oh, how am I going to say that? Well, that's okay, Pat will raise it. So it certainly hasn't been a case of us just going along for the ride and supporting this. And I think from my point of view, I'm charged with providing the council with advice on issues. And I think that in some ways you could consider it fortunate that I've been on that working group, and so that I've had the last 15 months to work through this process and understand it very strongly, so in a position to provide that advice to council. But I think the whole way through it, I've been pretty upfront that the case that's being developed looks like it's very good for New Zealand, but not so good for Nelson. I'd imagine you've probably heard those words several times. That's still the case. But no, I don't think our independence has been compromised at all. I just think that Rachel and I are better informed, and as a result, this council is better informed. It's quite sobering at the local government conference to find out just how many elected members knew almost nothing about the Three Waters reform.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah, no, that'd be good if that could get communicated to our community, because that is one of the assumptions that members of our public have made. So it'd be good if we could communicate that message quite clearly. My last question is for Nikki, and it was just going back through if we transfer over the Three Waters assets, and we talked about the long-term plan and about the 5% rate increase over that 10 years. What does that actually mean? If we take off the debt of the Three Waters, does that mean that the ratepayers will have a re-evaluation of the rates that they are paying, so it comes down? Or are we just leaving it as it's set?
Well,
Nikki, you're on mute.
Mute, Nikki.
Oh dear. So the reality is that the transfer date's at the beginning of the next long-term plan, and I think the whole kind of scenario of what we need to do to keep within that debt cap is just a whole different kettle of fish. As you could see, that the debt to revenue ratio was quite a different scenario under the without Three Waters. So we would be building up another long-term plan without the Three Waters, and those rating scenarios will be different.
Okay, thank you.
Right, next up.
Thank you. So first question, I haven't heard enough today about how aggregation is going to bring down costs, and I'm keen to hear more about that. I don't know when, but soon would be good. I know there's plenty of literature out there, but since we're covering the big topics in this session, that's not something I've heard anything about really. We've heard about how money will be coming in and there'll be more money for the entities to be able to borrow more, and that's all good. But if you think about the exercise of perhaps the Auckland City, super city, just the idea that aggregation is going to get us savings I think people have a big question mark over that.
Thanks, Matt. And I think that's one I just didn't have enough time to take to Jason before around. That's the efficiency discussion. So you'll have seen that before, and that's kind of about 2% per annum. So actually in those webinars I talked about before, where the independent reviewers, they looked at those and they've given some really good commentary on that. So we'll dig that up
Great.
And make sure we can get that, but we'll come back on those ones.
Great. I also think that there needs to be more done to address people's concerns about this potentially being a step towards privatisation. Whenever we're having any kind of corridor with the people in Nelson, I don't think that's being addressed strongly enough.
Okay, well, we can certainly give that feedback to DIA to make sure they've got that there. So that's probably the discussion around the 75%.
Yeah.
At all the three levels, and I think that's stronger. That's stronger than we currently have in terms of our ownership of the port of the airport, by the way, considerably stronger.
Good to get that out there. And then also, like, if we accept what we've heard this morning, that putting this whole process on pause would probably mean that the country would miss the opportunity perhaps of a generation to make some substantial positive change. Maybe if that's the case, then maybe what needs to be done is that the review of local government needs to be put on hold. Because if we're taking a third of local government's activities away from local government, how meaningful is the local government review going to be until we know where we're at?
I think the pause discussion's in two parts. So one is around the fact that we're in COVID restrictions and the ability to engage, even doing the Trafalgar Centre and Green Meadows meetings that we're hoping to set up could be really constrained in terms of numbers. So I think that's a really genuine one. There's also at the same time as discussion of pause, there's also a whole group of councils that are saying just get on and mandate it, please. Just do it. So there's a real mixture of pause, we want more time to look at this. And as Jason said, I think if it's more time to look at it to get an outcome, that's a conversation. If it's I don't like it and I just want to obfuscate and avoid this happening, well, that's I think you've heard every commentator say the status quo is just not viable. So that's something has to change. So if something has to change, you just got to keep working on things to get them to the point where you think you've got the best elements together. And that's part of this 8 weeks, but it's not just 8 weeks. So it's get the headlines up there, where are the work on areas? And I think with COVID, there's a genuine question about whether that should be extended or not. So that's discussion's been sent up to the Minister. And then in terms of, I'll come to Pat, just in terms of that pause part, there is a significant, and has been from the beginning, that once you start major change, actually you need to deal with that in a timely way, because people's lives are on hold, wanting to find out what's going to happen. And I'll just hand across to Pat for that around, and then we just very quickly, because we're way over time.
So yeah, look, this has to be my last answer, then I've really got to go. So normally when we do a change process in the council, we work out what the problem is, we work out the solution, and we go and consult with our staff. And there'll be a month-long consultation program. We'll consider submissions, but within 3 or 4 months, something's happened. And worst case scenario, within about 6 months, people are in their new jobs and moving on with their lives. This isn't our proposal. This isn't our change management system. But basically, I'm talking to staff about a change that'll take effect in just under 3 years. And so already we're feeling the implications of that. We've advertised for a couple of water and wastewater engineers. And the last 2 times we've got no applicants, because no one in the water industry is moving. If you're living in a large city, you're not going to move away from where our headquarters should be. And if you've been 15 years in a smaller council, why would you move away from your redundancy package? So that's a problem. As borders start to get opened up, some of our staff are going to think, why put up with this uncertainty? I'll take charge of my own life. Let's go to Australia, or let's move into the roading field. And I know some of our contractors, our water contractors, are facing the same challenges. So 3 years is a long time to face uncertainty when you're thinking, should I buy a house? Should we have another child? Big decisions that kind of do swing on, do you have a job, and where might that job be? So it's, pausing for a year, all that does is leave our 3 water staff in limbo for longer. And I think we'll start to bleed staff as an industry throughout New Zealand and make the problem worse than it is already. So it's just from the personnel point of view, I would be very reluctant to support any sort of significant pause, that's for sure.
The point I was making is, if that's not the right thing to do, perhaps the right thing to do is to pause the local government review, because we don't know what local government's going to look like until we've finished the 3 waters process.
No, I think it needs to go hand in glove, Matt. In fact, and Jason talked a little bit about that before, of if you take as a CPAT as an obstructive, if you say, look, I'm just going to fight in the trenches, which he talked about for no change, it doesn't actually give you a great position to work on what does the future look like. And I think for many of us, at our council, we're actually quite excited about the options of thinking about the future for local government and what that looks like, and what does democracy look like for the future, and what are the things around city development that we'd like to be doing. And we're doing some things that are pretty, actually pretty aligned with looking at different housing proposals, all those sorts of things. It's a good future place to be. So I wouldn't want to pause that one. And I think Jim Palmer having an independent group set up, I think that was one of the outcomes of the 3 waters work, to say, actually, we really need that to be happening. So I personally wouldn't want to pause that. I think it's quite important. I'm going to go up to Gail and then Tim, and then we're going to close off because you guys need to go and have some lunch before your next workshop.
Thanks, Rachel. Look, Pat's gone, so the first thing that I wanted was some information, not immediately, but about our stranded assets and what they are. And there's a little bit of a commentary in the information about stranded assets, and I just wanted to have an understanding what that means for us, and I don't really have that. The second thing I had was the smaller council, obviously, which Matt's started the conversation on. Obviously, we're going to have a lot less financials. Pat's gone, but I mean, you know, he gets paid on the number of staff and our value, etc., etc. So that's going to look like a completely different package for him. Also, in the documentation, talked about feedback to LGNZ on any concerns from the community. Has that occurred? Have we sent off our of the concerns that we've received been sent on to LGNZ, because they've asked for it to come through as it's received so that they can incorporate it into their thinking? So I'm just wondering about that. And also the last thing I've got is if we're making decisions like, well, it's not decisions, it sounds like it's a fait accompli. If we make some direction suggestions now, how's that going to affect local government elections next year? We're going to be tying a future council into some decision making. So again, I don't expect an answer. I'm putting these things out for some thought.
Okay, thanks, Gail. That's helpful. So I think stranded assets, Nikki, she started to do some work on that. So, and remember that there's a funding allocation for no council worse off, so to deal with that. In terms of feeding the concerns back, it's part of what we're doing at this process, and we need to do some more on this to gather those up. So it's a matter of putting through, I think the themes are very consistent across the country. And the last one was in terms of election cycles, that will be very much in the government's thinking about how they're going to progress any legislation reform if they want to do that. Remember, okay, the government, I mean, ultimately, the government will, if they're going to proceed, it's the government need to make a decision to introduce legislation.
Just on the stranded assets, I just want an understanding of what that means for Nelson. What are we talking about? I just don't have an understanding of that. So that was what I meant.
Nikki's looking at that one, so she'll have that information coming to you.
Thank you.
Okay, Tim.
Thanks.
Thank you. And a quick one with parks and reserves hat on, and I'm glad it's been raised in regards to like the Maitai water catchment area, in regards to how that would be controlled or not controlled, because we've got some vast areas of land, the conservation land or council land that we recreation in and also use for water catchment. But if we're heading over their waters, and for example, when we had that major drought a short while ago, and we had to go for a period where we decided to send some of our water to TDC, and we worked out how we're going to ration the water usage, etc. How would that work if we're not around the table or our council officers aren't making those decisions? The entity makes those decisions?
That's a really good point, Tim, and a really good question. So that would be looking at our drought security and in regional council functions and making sure there's mechanisms to deal with that. So that sort of is the drought flood crossover, climate change crossover that we talked about before. So that's a really good point.
And another one you may not but answer now, but just to raise, for example, in that situation, you know, we went through those steps of reducing our water usage and we stopped watering our sports fields, etc. And then I raised my concerns that actually that's going to have an impact on our costs of our parks and reserves. Sports fields aren't watered. And we sat around the table, which was great. We all sat around the table with our staff and said, hey, well, why do we sort of change that bias and actually water our sports reserves to save the ratepayer cost down the track, then falling over? What happens in that situation? Because we were able to then, with a bit of talk